sharing our live streaming a film called Sumud shortly. So as you all know, we all wake up to a world where it's never been, more divided and more tragic, with the loss of life of 135 students in a school. It's been never more important for us to stand in solidarity with the people of Iran, to mourn the dead, and to support as we move through this very, very difficult and challenging times. So thank you so much for joining us. I will hand it over to our team from the Rohingya to give us live updates. We have a few individuals who join us today, so thank you so much for joining us, and we're grateful that you can make it. So please go ahead.
Would you like me to start? Sorry.
Your name is not updated, so please introduce yourself.
Definitely. Just if you give me a sec to. So my name is Raiz, and let me get on my camera. Can you see me, or you cannot?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, you can see you, but it's flipped, so please adjust. Thank you. Fantastic.
Right. Shukran, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah, and thank you for having us. I've got some of my teammates from the grounds who I would connect to, who I'd bring in to provide live updates from the grounds. Alhamdulillah, I'm actually based out of Toronto, and I'm more of a Palestinian today than Rohingya. Most of my time goes into my activities at Don Valley for Palestine, Eastern Acts as well, and Mesa would perhaps know. For some of our work.
I'm in the Eastern Acts as well, so nice to meet you. Yeah.
Guys, good to see you on camera, face to face now. Sorry I joined late, but thank you for joining us. And thank you for all the work you do for Palestine and for Rohingya. We're proud of you guys. Thank you.
You inspire all of us, sir, and all of you guys inspire me. And I hope and pray, inshallah, I'll be in the flotilla. And that's another discussion I would have with you later.
Did you get arrested so far or not yet?
No, I don't have that privilege yet, inshallah.
You're getting very close each time. I watch your videos.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It will happen. Yeah.
So without further ado, let me introduce Shakir from Cox's Bazar. He's the program director, and he takes care of all of our activities, from the education programs to vocational training programs. He will provide you with what we're doing or what are the updates on the grounds. I also have Minara, who led women's programs that we fund and we contribute to, from sewing initiatives to some vocational training programs, so that women who are victims of rape and domestic violence, they're able to stand on their feet and earn a living by themselves with dignity, instead of always relying on aid. And then we also have a sister by the name of Nur Fatima, who runs the education programs that we fund. So mashallah, through Doctors Against Genocide contribution that you made last year, all of it was used for buying supplies and stationery to the schools that we support, and these go for kids who are trying to make they're all in the refugee camps. Their parents just work as cleaners or some small menial jobs in neighboring Bangladeshi homes, and they try to send their kids to school, but a lot of them cannot afford. So the funds that you contributed were used to buy them school supplies and bags and books and pencils. So she will talk to you. Nur Fatima can talk to you a little bit more about that. I'm being cognizant of the time. You guys are very packed in time, and of course with the geopolitics and the tragedy that took place last night and the slaughter of 200 people. Actually, it's more than last night. It's just now 24 hours. So I know that we are hard pressed with these new events. So I will just transfer to Shakir, who can speak more, and
Can you,
Shabakun Nahar
can
and
you remind
Minara.
us? Can you remind us of the name of your organization, please?
It's called Rohingya Human Rights Network, and the charitable arm is Rohingya Children's Projects, and we've been active, alhamdulillah, for the last 10 years. So even before the the massacre where 400 villages, half of all of our villages were exterminated, and the rest of the world then started getting its attention into the camps. We started prior to that, alhamdulillah, and so we're very proud of the work that we have done. It's at small scale, but it's very grassroots. Everything goes to the grounds, alhamdulillah. And yeah, we change lives. The whole objective is not just provide aid, is to create leadership. Because at the end of the day, I believe just like how, in any impoverished community, you have to create leaders on the grounds. You have to create people who are able to, help their communities, help their people out of poverty, perpetual cycle of poverty. That's what we are aiming at. It's not just providing it, it's just creating these one and two, inshallah, tens, if possible, of leaders, both male and female, so that they can lead their people out of poverty and injustice, inshallah.
Thank you.
So without further ado, Shakir Bhai, if you can start open your video camera and say a few things. Whatever you can, brother. I know your English command is but we'll make it happen, inshallah.
What language do they speak in Rohingya?
We speak Rohingya, sir. Yeah, Rohingya.
You have a Rohingya language?
Yes, it just doesn't
Okay,
have a script.
we want to hear some of it. Doesn't need to be English. If you can translate, that's good too. We want to hear Rohingya.
تمام ماشي. شاكر भाई, Rohingya زبان خود فریبه. Shakir bhai? Okay, Sister Minara, आवाज आई ना?
अस्सलाम वालेकुम जी आयु
Yes.
भैया
Alhamdulillah. आरो زبان
अस्सलाम
मुझे खुद
वालेकुम
फरीबा. Video
जी भैया
फरीबा.
जी फारिब भैया अस्सलाम वालेकुम
Alaikum salam.
रमजान
Ahlan wa
मुबारक
sahlan.
जी आनाम मिनारा आई कॉस बाजार रिफो बुति दं ताम बाजार आई कॉस बाजार तो कानाडा माजा शेदे सारि मासर आरो हेंजा हुमाराइटा माजा हामगरी आई केम्फो माजे आरा रोहिंग्या माये फनो कल्ला होनो जस्टिस होनो राइट हदिन आरा केम्फो माजे नाइ নাই বর্মা মাঝে নোয়াশিল ক্যাম্পম মাঝে নাই আরা বিটিমলিয়া আরা পাওয়ারফুল মগর আরালা জাস্টিস হদিন ক্যাম্পম মাঝে নাই আরা জাস্টিসের টিয়া দিলে ফাই জাস্টিসের টিয়া ন দিলে না ফা এতলা বলে আরা মাইয়া ফাইন কল বেশি আরা ডিগনিটি লস আরার এডুকেশন লস আরার হিউম্যান রাইটের মাঝে লস আরার হিউম্যান রাইটের হাম করি বললা আরার মার ভেড়ে তো ইলতা আরা তো রাইট আছে মগর আরালা রাইট ইয়ান নাই এতলা বলি আরা মা কলা আরা ফন্ডেরে সুন্দর করে টেক কেয়ার করি না পারি ফর এক্সাম্পল আই গো হিউম্যান রাইট ডিপেন্ডার আর রোহাঞ্জা হিউম্যান রাইটের থাম করি আর বয়সের আই সুন্দর করে অ্যারেস্ট করি না পারি আর কমিউনিটি লা আই সুন্দর করে হাম করি না পারি আরালা বেগিন স্টপ দিয়া আরালা পাট বন্ধ দিয়া এতলা বলি আর তো অনারার হুয়াতি মিলিজুলি আই রোহাঞ্জা হুমার রাইটের মাঝে ইন্টারেস্ট গই হাম করিতে কেলা আর কমিউনিটির বয়স কলরে অ্যারেস্ট করি বললা আর মায়া ভাইন্দর হতা কলরে আর দুনিয়ারে শেয়ার করি বললা তে আর টিকা মায়া ভাইন কল আরো বেশি ক্যাম্পের মাঝে আছে আই তার রিপ্রেজেন্টেটিভ হইরা আর কমিউনিটির হতা কলরে আর দুনিয়ারে শেয়ার করি আর মায়া ভাইন কল বেশি নির্যাতনত তাকানোর জরিয়া ফ্যামিলির মাঝে সজ্জা ফজ্জা তোজার গই নিজের ফুয়ারে নিজে টাইম দিনা পারে নিজের বাপরে নিজে টাইম দিনা পারে নিজের বাপ বাইন্দে চাই না পারে হোমেন ট্রাফিকিং যার গই ইনলেনলা বেশি নির্যাতনের মাঝে আর ক্যাম্পর সিচুয়েশন স্পেশালি আর রোহিঙ্গা সিচুয়েশন আর মুসলমান কলের সিচুয়েশন বেশি খারাপ ইয়ানাল্লাহ বলে আতার ফটো রিকোয়েস্ট করা যাতে আর যদি কোন মুসলমান কল আছে আর মিলিজুলি আল্লাহ ডাকি দিনলা করি আল্লাহ হইরে আর বেগুনে মুমে কাড়ি যাইবল্লা বলি আর কোশিশ করি আসসালামু আলাইকুম
Alaikum salam. Thank you for sharing this. Rais, are you still there? Rais? Okay. We can move to the next speaker with Rohingya until Rice comes back. Go ahead, please. What's your name, please? No,
Sorry,
no.
I did not. I, I was muted. I'm sorry. So I
Yeah,
was just saying, Sister Minara shared a lot of key important points. May I
yeah.
translate that for you briefly?
Can you summarize it for us, please?
Yes, yes. So Sister Minara was saying that for as a human rights defender, there are many, many things that happen, especially in the context of women in the refugee camps that do not get attention, especially not only matters from where in Burma, the Burmese military and the extremist Buddhist mobs that raped a woman and burned their homes and killed their children. Those who and killed them. Those who died, they died. But those who survived, it's another story. They are for them that those stories and the justice that they are seeking. It's very far from getting from any reality. In addition to that, there are also domestic issues for which the Rohingya women are very muted from the international scene or from even the local scene wherever you've got the Rohingya themselves speaking up. There's very less and less women who are coming out and are able to speak and talk about their rights and what's happening to them in the refugee camps, including the men who are so traumatized that they start, they get into this domestic violence cycle, and then a lot of them get into human trafficking boats to go to Malaysia and Indonesia for in search of a better future, and the women are left in the camp. So this is what she was sharing, and she's saying thank you for giving the opportunity to be there, to joining you guys.
Many thanks to her. We are honored to hear from her, to hear her testimony, and please invite them to come back whenever they can to give us updates on what's happening. And we would love to continue to work together and to support the community there. And I'm glad that you are doing it the right way, Rais, which is to empower the people on the ground, to give them the agency they deserve, and to have them lead their own path and the help that they need, and to create new leaders among them rather than on top of them. And this is exactly the way aid should be. And you being Rohingya native, you know it best. And we are honored to have you and to hear from you. And we're happy to hear from your other colleagues too.
Shukran. Thank you, sir. If Shabakun Nahar, if you can turn on your camera. Shabakun Nahar, she's mashallah she's well spoken in her English, and she also makes podcasts and news clips. You can hear from her directly. She's in Kutupalang refugee camp. You can hear from her directly in English. Shabakun Nahar, can you turn your mic on, please?
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Sabikun Nahar. I am from Myanmar, and currently I'm living in the World's Largest Refugee Camp in Bangladesh. I play as a motivational speaker role in Rohingya Human Rights Network. I chose that these roles because I have seen our mothers and sister left behind because since for the case we haven't received women's right, not only women's right, also like we haven't received human rights, like we haven't received proper education. Due to that, our women's are not like well educated. They haven't knowledge about the world. So due to that, they have been like they are putting their life in risk by fleeing to other countries in charge of their in charge of for a better future. So I wanted to motivate them because I want to save our girls and women. Our case of we are our situations are not our situations are also like Palestinian like our situations are also like Palestinian. That's why we Rohingya like Palestinian cases is also Rohingya cases. Palestine is in our heart and our soul. We Rohingya also stand by Palestinian, and our prayers are always with Palestinian. Thank you so much
Jazakallah
for
khair.
having me and giving me this opportunity to speak here.
There, there is a request for the name of your podcast. The audience is interested in listening to more of you. Shams and Nahar, if you can share that in the chat, and I'll drop it in the chat for the participants, and the name of the organization so that folks can actually find out more about it. I also shared the link to support the work that we're doing with the Rohingya community, so please consider donating to our work with the communities.
I have actually an ask. If you are in Canada, please donate to Mr. Rice organization directly, because he is registered in Canada, so you'll get the tax benefit. If you are in the United States, donate through DAG, and we will make sure that your money will go to our people and to the Rice team in Rohingya too. So this way, it's a win-win situation. If you are in Canada, donate directly. Please, Rice, share the link to your organization. If you are in the United States, donate to DAG, and we will work with Rice and make sure the funds go to the community in Rohingya. Thank you.
Shukran Effendi. Jazakallah khair.
Shukran, Jazakallah khairan.
Thank you.
So you are a registered non-profit organization in Canada.
Yes, sir. We can issue tax receipts. We've been in operation for 10 years. It's very small charity. We don't spend, everything is volunteer based here in Canada. So
we want to make it big. We want to make it big. Small is not an option anymore, because we need to dominate. These are the organizations that are really making a difference in the world, and they're doing good in this world. So these are the organizations that should become big, while Planter and Mosque and all exploiters are the one who should go small. So inshallah. Thank you.
Mashi. Okay, I'll share that inshallah. And thank you, Mesa, once again. And my regards to Lena and the rest of the team at Eastern X. We used to see each other more often during the rallies, but the rallies have slowed down. There was just one yesterday for Iran. I didn't see any of the EEA people, but it was very small. But inshallah, I'm sure Al-Quds Day is coming, so we'll see her there.
Thank you. Do you have any more colleagues interested to speak today?
I'm not sure. Shakir was not able to speak. I've tried to minimize the number of people because we have a big agenda. There is Nur Fatima, who runs the school programs. If she's online, she can share a few things. Otherwise, I've sent you a video that you can play. It's a small video clip of 1 minute, if you're able to play that.
Maisa, are you around? I'm not good in playing this, but I have the video. Maisa? I can try to share, but I hope
Yes, please send it to me and I can share it.
it's there in the group, please. I did send it to you.
Okay.
Nur Fatma, would you like to say a few things? If you can hear us.
Yes, brother.
Yes, please go ahead.
My name is Annan Nur Fatima Arenga, Human Rights Hungary. I'm the headmaster of a school. We are providing education for orphan girls. These children do not have parents. So our school supports them by giving them proper education, guidance, and a safer environment. We try to build their future through learning, discipline, and moral values.
MashaAllah. So she's just talking about the school that they run. Alhamdulillah. So, Nur Fatima, you can say, Kana Arakiki for Nafarai, what are we teaching? Which subjects? Maybe you can say, because I went and saw that last October. I was in the camps, October and November, and I saw, MashaAllah, it's a very robust school. I'm very proud of it. If you ever travel, I would really request you to visit. There are not too many. You will see that there are many Rohingya-run schools, but there are not too many girls' schools. There are very, very few, and Nur Fatima runs one of them. Yeah, please.
Can she record the video from that school to share with us in the coming weeks, or if we can also hear from the girls themselves? I know it's late there, that's why it's hard to get the girls, but if they can record a video of their work at the school, that will be great.
Yeah.
Absolutely, sir. The one that I sent you, the small video that I sent you, it is
share
for that
whenever you
school.
Oh, it is? Okay. Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead,
but
Mason.
we can record some more, no problem, and have. I don't think there are some girls interviewing in there, but we can do that as well.
Sure.
Yeah,
Let me know
they
when
learn Arabic actually. I was surprised that some of them understand Fusha,
Wow.
and they learn Urdu. Rohingya has a history of Urdu and belonging to Pakistan, but the British annexed, made all this East Pakistan, West Pakistan, and they cut away the Rohingya, they cut away the Kashmir, you know. And so that's why in our schools you would see the traditional schools they learn Urdu and they learn Arabic because of the connection with Islam. That's how we're different from the Buddhists and our culture and our religion. So we learn Arabic and in this school, subhanAllah, Nur Fatima's school, they teach both Arabic and Urdu. And I was really surprised that they are fluent. The girls that are in grade 9 and grade 8, they're quite fluent in Arabic and Urdu, the Fusha Arabic, that is.
And again, I mean, part of the why we want to platform the victims of these crimes and genocides all over the world is we want to be educated by the people, the victims themselves. If you don't mind me asking, how many millions are in Burma and how many millions of them are Rohingya? Just a
MashaAllah.
basic question.
In the refugee camps, it's 1.2 million now. In Burma, it's less than 500,000. It's less than 500,000. So if you trace back 8 years from now, it used to be 2 million in Burma, nearly 1.7, 1.8 million. But because they exterminated half of our villages, some of them completely bulldozed, flattened. Like my parents' villages do not exist anymore. Huh? So there's a whole bunch that do not exist anymore. They have built. It's the same concept as in Israel, subhanAllah. They study this, huh? They'll bring in settler colonies and they build their homes. And now they've got, a fully Buddhist school. And one of our projects, we can talk about it later, inshallah, is to map all these villages that were exterminated that are no longer in the map anymore. Even Google Map doesn't show them because their authoritative source is the Burmese government. So they'll put in these Burmese names. So once they were all exterminated and people were killed or put in mass graves, those who survived, they made it to Bangladesh. Many of them trekked. They walked like 3 days, and nights to get to Bangladesh. And many of them crossed the river. Many of them died in the river. But 1.2 million in Bangladesh, about 200 to 300,000 in Malaysia and Indonesia. There is about 500,000 in Saudi Arabia and Pakistan. Again, the connection with the Muslim part of India, back in 1947 India, and hence why they moved to Pakistan and they moved to Saudi Arabia. And that's why, Nur Fatima's school, if we interview the girls, you will hear some of them learn and speak Arabic, the Fusha Arabic. But in our homelands in Arakan, it's less than 500,000 that remain. Only 500,000, out of which 1.27, 127,000 are in IDP camps. It's called internally displaced persons camps, who are prone to human trafficking. They get sold into like Thai fishing fleets for slave labor until death. This is all reality. This is happening in the refugee camps. They get organ transplants, like organ, taken out, their kidneys taken out. All kinds of nasty things happen in these IDP camps. Yeah.
Yeah, please keep educating us every week about the situation, please. We need to know more. Maisa, is the video ready, please?
Yes, it is ready.
Go ahead,
Should I
yeah.
play it?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Let me just
سبيل الدموع سبيل مريح تنهدى يا صاحي كي تستريح.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. My name is Sabiqun Nahar. I am a teacher at BMRC School in Rohingya refugee camps. Today, our girls are receiving new uniforms, books, and stationery. Many of our students come from very hard condition. They cannot buy these things by themselves. Because of your support, they can sit in a classroom, wear a clean uniform, open their books, and write with their own pens and pencils. This makes them feel happy, respected, and hopeful.
Your donation do not only gives them clothes and books. You are giving them education, confidence, and a chance for better future. On behalf of all our students and their families, I want to say thank you from our hearts. Please continue to support BMRC so we can keep our girls in schools and help them learn and grow. May Allah reward you, bless you and your families.
Very nice, very impressive.
Sir,
Young
I don't know if
people.
you know Be a Mercy. It's based out of New Jersey. It's run by a doctor in an Uzbek, New Yorker doctor. I believe he knows you. I'm pretty sure he does.
If you connect us, please, we would love to invite him too, if he's doing this work.
Yes, and he runs a similar, mashallah, he runs a similar, yani I went to the school, I did, this one is by Shabakun Nahar, mashallah, you just talked, she was she's on the call right now, so you saw her video. But Dr. Ibrahim is mashallah, he actually graduated from Azhar, and I think there are some trucks that he arranges for, yes, I know he's working in Gaza as well, so it will be incredible for him to come and join you as well,
Please
inshallah.
connect us. Yeah, we would be happy to connect. And thank you for all your work. Thank you for your, for giving us the opportunity to hear from your team and to hear about what's happening in the Rohingya camps. And we are happy. Please support their work. Please support their team. If you are in Canada, donate directly to Brother Rice organization. It's
It's called Rohingya Children's Projects.
Rohingya
Children's Projects.
Yeah, can
Yeah, it's
.org?
rohingyachildren.com. I'll put it on the
I
chat.
think just children's. Can you
Projects.
type it actually in the chat, and I'll just put it in for the audience.
Will do
Rohingya
that.
Children Project. If you are in Canada, please donate directly there because it's registered as non-profit and you'll get a tax, deduction for that. If you're in the United States, if you donate to DAG, and DAG, we are working with RICE, and we will make sure they will get the help they deserve and they need. So thank you, and I appreciate it. I saw Anthony here. I want to hear a little bit from Anthony, actually. Anthony, I thank you for joining us. Brother Reyes, inshallah, will stay in touch. And again, whenever you have time, whenever your team has time, they are more than welcome to join us, give us any updates. As you said, the schedule today is full and so many things going on. So we're gonna move to our next speaker. And Anthony, I think it's your time to give us analysis on what's happening, all the craziness in this world that is created by Israel and the United States. They are putting the whole world on fire. And whenever we think it doesn't get worse, unfortunately it does, and they're making it worse and worse. We want to hear your reflections on this. You're expert on military, on wars, so please give us your take.
Well, first of all, I want to say I'll be joining the team with Doctors Against Genocide in March on the 11th of March and again in April, because I think it's ever as important, not more important than before, but still ever as more important than we continue to talk to members of our Congress and let them know that they are being held accountable and that the American people are listening, watching, and are involved, and we're not going to let this injustice just simply slip into the annals of history. And so Operation, let me see, Epic Fury is what the president has named it. Just in the, I think it should be made clear without doubt to every American that this war, we are at war, and this war is not being fought by U.S. lead or U.S. interests or for U.S. national security or for U.S. embetterment in the world. This war is being fought for Israel. The clear indications have not been yet released, or the evidence of such, but you can clearly see that in the early morning hours yesterday, when this strike was announced and this operation was announced that it'd be underway, which the buildup has been for days and weeks and days now. The negotiations, both in Oman and in Geneva, with not only negotiators, Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, and other appointed members from Donald Trump, who, by the way, are not diplomats nor negotiators nor security experts. We sent real estate moguls and Donald Trump's son-in-law to negotiate a very important issue. And then you had State Department representatives to include Marco Rubio in Geneva at the historic Hotel de Genevieve, where a lot of these historic negotiations take place. And it's clear now that both Israel and the United States used negotiations, used a peaceful diplomatic process to distract and buy time to allow for this military buildup, and then to allow targeting data to be set up, to then use negotiations, not as a tool to negotiate, not as a tool to ever achieve peace or to prevent war, but to set the conditions for war. In the waning hours of the evening before these military strikes, it was clear that Iran was willing to come to the table with the agreement to not enrich uranium to the point of weapons grade. You can't just take any enriched uranium and then boom, magically you have a weapon. That's not how that works. There's so much that goes into that, and Iran agreed to not have enriched uranium stockpiles to lead to weapons grade uranium, but to have for civil society, for peaceful means, for energy, for the country, which most modern countries have. So why not? So it's clear to me that there was never going to be a negotiation or a peace agreement reached. This was a distraction. This was a ruse set up by Israel and the United States to ultimately set the conditions for war. But it's also clear to me that in the early morning hours of the strike that took place, that as we've learned now was the precision strike that led to the killing of the members of the cabinet and also Ayatollah Khomeini, is that the Israel preempted the preemption. It's no doubt that the United States has a target list and that preemptive strikes were planned in accordance with the war plans, most likely. But Israel preempted that preemption and decapitated the Iranian government by killing the Ayatollah, which was short-sighted in understanding that there wouldn't be a replacement. You don't enact regime change or responsible regime change. Not that I support regime change either way anyway. I think it's a horrible policy. It hasn't worked for the United States in our entire history, much less the history that we've been alive for. Iraq, Afghanistan, the Philippines, Syria. In fact, all of these quote-unquote regime change efforts have only led to worse conditions in terms of what our objectives were, if any. But in this case, the president has said that regime change for the Iranian people, you don't achieve that by a decapitation strike that wipes out the entire leadership, because the Ayatollah has had successors. The successor, Ayatollah Ali Reza Arafi, has already been named. He's already in position. So nothing has changed in terms of what the Trump administration has stated their objective for regime change is. I personally do not believe that the Trump administration nor Israel have any care or compassion for the people of Iran, or quite frankly, for anyone in this world, to include Americans and to include Israelis. They are narcissists. They are warmongers. Trump went along with this war at Israel's lead. This is Israel's war that the United States is a puppet and in backing, and has put in the full military effort of which, to where we are not just complicit, we are an accomplice. And that's because Donald Trump, in following the same playbook as Netanyahu, wants to save his own skin and keep himself out of the limelight in the Epstein files, or keep himself out of the limelight for what other prosecution may be. This is disgusting. The United States is on the wrong side of history in this. The United States and Israel are the axis of evil. We are the bad guys. We are on the wrong side of history. We started this war with no clear political objective, with no clear military objective, with no clear security objective. The president of the United States, though he has used this special military operation, as he calls it, Operation Epic Fury, he claims that he didn't have to go to Congress because it wasn't a declaration of war. It was a military operation at his executive order. Regardless of the illegality of that, he still has not explained to the American people what is the objective. We had the President of the United States from Mar-a-Lago, mind you. He did not address the nation from the Resolute desk in the Oval Office as the president. He addressed us as Donald Trump from Mar-a-Lago, giving us a speech in the middle of the night that he pre-recorded and put on Truth Social, telling us all that, hey, service members might die, but that's just the cost of war. Coming from a man that dodged the draft 5 times, who has never served, no one in his family has ever served, who is saying that it's acceptable for Americans to die. And as of this morning, we already know of 3 U.S. service members that have been killed, many that have been wounded, and that's just what U.S. Central Command has officially released. I believe, based on the imagery that we've seen from the bombardments that hit U.S. bases throughout the region, which, by the way, Iran has the right to self-defense. Any U.S. base in the region that is within the operational area of influence or in the operational area of effectiveness are legitimate military targets in war. We can't just say that that's not the case because we don't agree with it. We started this war. U.S. bases in the region are legitimate targets based on Geneva Convention and international law. Donald Trump put U.S. service members at risk by providing no guidance to military commanders on what the objective is, how long this will last, what is the purpose, what is the end state, what are we attempting to achieve. 1 minute he's saying it's nuclear proliferation, but in June we obliterated the nuclear sites. So how from June, from obliteration to now in February, did Iran miraculously then create the ability to have a nuclear weapon within 1 week, which we have heard about for the last 30 years coming out of Netanyahu's mouth? It is a lie. There's no evidence of that. There's also zero evidence from not only the international community, the intelligence community, but our own United States intelligence community that there were no indications, zero indications of any imminent attack from Iran. So we are the bad guys. The United States is the aggressor. Israel is the aggressor. And we are fighting this war for Israel. And the United States is being pulled along with it because our leaders are compromised. Our leaders are cowards. It's very easy to start a war and then go and hide down in Mar-a-Lago with, you can play golf and hang out in your resort and say, yeah, heroes might die. So be it. That's the cost of war. That should make every American sick to their stomach to hear that man talk about the cost of war. Netanyahu, within moments of the strikes, got on a plane, did circles around the Mediterranean for about 18 hours, and then took off somewhere else to hide. And his family is here in the United States hiding. That's not courage. That's not heroics. That's cowardice. Donald Trump is a coward. Netanyahu is a coward. We, the United States, started this unjust and illegal war, and it will be very costly. The lives that we've already lost is just the beginning. Israel has already said that they will continue to fight at the cost of American lives. How can any American, I don't care if you're Republican, Democrat, Libertarian, Independent, Catholic, Christian, Jewish, Muslim, or any religious nature or any ethnicity, race, or gender, how any American can stand for this and think that this is in any means okay. It is going to cost us. Wait till the opening bell on Monday and see how the stock market is impacted. Wait until nations like European nations who have condemned this start to place sanctions on the United States. That will happen. It will hurt us all. It will hurt us in our pocket. It will hurt us in our everyday lives. The cost of everything will go up. And if you think that Donald Trump or anyone in this administration at all cares about the American people, you're willfully ignorant. And I think now most Americans know that that's not the case. So it's time to wake up, and it's time to realize that this war will become bigger. This is not just a regional war that's going to end when Donald Trump says it ends. The genie is out of the bottle, and it cannot be put back in. And I've said this before, and people online in their comments were disgusted by it. But But I'll say this, as a Catholic, when you consider Shia Islam, the Ayatollah, in addition to being a political figure, is also a religious figure. Equivalent to in Islam, in Shia Islam, to the Pope in his position. Imagine if an Arab nation killed the Pope, how Christian nations would uprise against that. I'm not comparing the Ayatollah to the Pope. I'm saying that in positional power of influence and importance to the faith, of which is very important, that's what's been done. And we did it irresponsibly, and we did it without a political objective, and we did it without an end state, and we did it without an off-ramp. So I'll close by saying that the President of the United States has put the nation in peril and put the world in peril. This will not end cleanly. This will not end quickly. This will not end with Iran just capitulating and saying, oh, you got us, let's talk. This is going to get a lot worse in the coming weeks, and we should be prepared for it. And we should demand that this end, and we should condemn the actions of the President of the United States. This is something he started. If every member of Congress on Monday morning is not standing in unison across the aisle, standing firm on ending this war, then we the people must, because it is going to cost us. Americans are going to die more so than they already have, and we have to wake up.
Yeah, thank you, Anthony. And Anthony, you've been to, I think, 12 wars before, and you went on maybe 25 or more deployments, and you've been a veteran to the Iraqi war and all the disaster that happened with the war in Iraq. But even with the Iraq, there was some attempt by the administration to get some international consensus. They went to the United Nations. They were able to get some resolution to justify this war. Whether we agree or disagree, we know it was all based on falsehoods, but at least there was some attempt by the United States to be an actor within the global community and part of the global community, and they managed to get a coalition of nations willing to be part of this war. It seems that this time things are much worse. We have one man made the decision based on files against him, Epstein or whatever, and taking our nation, all our nation hostage, and taking the whole world hostage at the brink of a major escalation, not just in the region, everywhere, and maybe igniting a religious war because, as you said, they just killed what is considered a pope for the Shia Muslims, and rightfully so for them. How much worse the situation with this war compared to the war in Iraq, and what's your prediction? What's going to happen? Are things going to be much worse than this? Is it the attempts by Trump to say, "Oh, this is going to be limited, this is going to be short, or this is going to be a brief operation and stuff like that"? Because I think all leaders will say this, but you can always, they always say, you can start a war, but you don't know how it's going to end. I mean, again, you are the expert on this. You have been through many of these wars. We need to hear more of you of this comparison and reflections, please.
Yes, so as you stated, I have every conflict that the United States has boots on the ground in the last 25 years, from 2000 to 2025. I was in the military for it, and I have put boots on the ground in every one of those wars. The Philippines, Tajikistan, Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq. So the comparative that we made to Iraq, and that I in no way condone or think that the Iraq war was right or just. But as you said, prior to that war, the United States, the president and diplomats did a lot of work to gain a coalition, to gain international buy-in. Based on lies, yes. However, there was a coalition of that, to where even China and Russia in the UN Security Council didn't vote yes, but they didn't condemn it. They said, okay, well, we're not going to be a part of it, but we understand the premise. There wasn't support, but there was at least some some passive buy-in. So this is different than that because, well, and I also say in Afghanistan there was a coalition, NATO forces in Iraq and Afghanistan. We had international security forces, NATO and other UN nations. So what's so strikingly different from this is that there is no coalition. There was no diplomatic coalition building or buy-in or consensus before we did this. And the reason that happened is not because we lack the ability to, but because Donald Trump and Milikowski both knew and know that if we did attempt that there would be condemnation for this, because the international community knows there's no justification. Nuclear capability? What nuclear capability? They haven't demonstrated the ability nor the desire in any sense of tangible evidence that they are building or have the capability to have a quote unquote nuclear weapon. I'll tell you who does have nuclear weapons that doesn't allow observation and oversight, that doesn't allow accountability, that is not part of the international nuclear agreements, and that's Israel. So the danger in the region is Israel, and the United States is now part of that. So to your point with this coalition building, we did none. So how does this end? If, like I said, you consider right now in the conflict, we know this is not top secret data that only military people know. This is known to all. Iran is supported by China directly. China has provided intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance military capability that is deployed to the region. Russia has provided direct support, intelligence capability, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance capability, and defense armaments, surface-to-air missiles, etc., that are deployed throughout Iran. We know this. We know this to be a fact. Turkey. Right now, Turkey is allowing the flow of U.S. forces through Istanbul and primarily through Istanbul to allow the replenishment or the refit of forces to the USS Abraham Lincoln off of the coast of Cyprus. So right now you have the USS Abraham Lincoln positioned between Cyprus and Haifa. And you remember the USS Abraham Lincoln was already deployed. They were supposed to be coming home to end that deployment. They got sent to the Caribbean. And then when that was over, they were on their way back to Newport News, Virginia to refit. And then before then, they got sent back out to the Mediterranean. So we have a naval fleet right now that is unfit and non-mission capable, that is barely holding on to readiness. So, but considering that Turkey's allowance to come through, for forces to flow through Istanbul, Netanyahu has characterized Turkey as the next Iran. He said that. Those are his words. So if you're the president of Iran and you've just seen what the United States did in partnership with Israel to decapitate all of the leadership of Iran for no justified reason, then you look at that, and if you're Turkey, you're like, okay, well, they've already characterized me as that next, so are we next? Turkey is already looking at considerations of condemnation. But when the rubber hits the road, which it has, but when it gets worse in the coming days, as it gets a lot worse, we're going to see this alliances build. We already know that within the side of Iran, you have China and Russia and North Korea and other nations in the region that right now are sitting on the fence but will side with Iran in this. It is most likely that Turkey, a NATO ally, and that's important to recognize, Turkey is a NATO ally and has the 5th largest military in the world, and they're nuclear capable. If it comes down to picking sides, they will side with Iran. The United States is a pariah. The United States has sided with the pariah. This will not end well for the United States nor for Israel. The United States, we may be out of direct missile range, but we are not out of direct impact in the region to Iranian proxies and direct strikes. Many American service members are going to die. And I do not wish for that. And I pray to God that I was wrong. But I have been to war for 25 years and I have seen the reality of war. And you can wish it away all you want. But when you look at the conditions on the ground and the fact that every U.S. military base in the region is within range of tactical, operational, and strategic missile capability, we're going to lose a lot of Americans. Look at the strike in Bahrain on the Fifth Fleet, and people will condemn that. That is a legitimate target. In this conflict that the United States and Israel has started, the Fifth Fleet headquarters as the military headquarters of a naval capacity that is responsible for that region. That the U.S. Fifth Fleet is responsible for that area of responsibility. That chain of command, therefore, is a legitimate target. They are in Bahrain. So any of these nations that are housing U.S. forces and headquarters forces have made those positions by international law legitimate military targets. The United States is the bad guy in this. Israel is the bad guy in this. We are the axis of evil. There will be sanctions. It will impact every American at home. There will be travel restrictions. Look at now the consulate in Pakistan that was the U.S. consulate in Pakistan that was attacked. So every American in the world now is at risk because of the irresponsible, narcissistic, evil war that Trump and Netanyahu have started. And for Netanyahu, he's a narcissist. He wants to avoid trial. The more wars he starts, the more he evades his trial and his conviction. Donald Trump started this war to distract us from what's in the Epstein files and to secure a long war into the midterm elections so he can nationalize the elections, declare martial law, use ICE to control the polling sites, and declare through executive order the right to suspend elections. It's coming. It's coming. And I wish I were wrong. But looking at the indications of history and looking at all of the things on the table right now, if you look at facts, that's what's coming. This war is not a just war. This war was not started in a just way. It is not being fought in a just way. And I want to further add the strike yesterday that hit the girls' school, the elementary school, that we already know now has killed likely over 100 or more children, non-combatants, a non-legitimate military target. Precision munitions do not hit targets by accident. This is not the days of World War II where an airplane flies over and just drops thousands of bombs and where they land is where they land. These are precision munitions. They go exactly to where they've been programmed to go, and there is a human being putting in that information. Whoever it was, either Israel or US, that fired that fire mission, that said, fire, release munitions on those precision munitions, is a war criminal, and they should be condemned and tried for war crimes. They are murderers. That was not a legitimate military target in any sense, and that was not an accident, and that was not a misfire. When you're firing precision munitions like intercontinental ballistics or regional ballistics or precision joint guided munitions, they don't drop somewhere on accident. Whoever authorized that fire mission should be identified, tried, and if so, convicted of war crimes, because that is a war crime. Children, in the opening salvo of this quote unquote war to free Iran, we killed children. It's all connected. It's all connected. Because what has the world normalized over the last 2-3 years? Every day as we watch it happen in Gaza, the killing of children. And it just happened in front of our eyes yesterday. And the world has not stood up in condemnation. And if we don't now, it's only going to get worse. The world should stand united to condemn this war.
Yep. And we, the American people, and hopefully our Congress, our elected officials, should do everything we can to stop this new disaster dragging all of us in a new war. Dr. Shitab, you want to talk more about the kids, please? The children who were killed yesterday in the girls' school.
Oh, I was just sharing
Yes,
that
I
as of
wanted to
11
share it.
hours
Yeah.
ago, it was reported that there were 148 dead children pulled out of the school. So I know they were still going through the rubble, so that number has probably gone up, but 148 was the highest count I'd seen so far.
So the most lethal weapons in the world, the most mighty power in the world, is joining its Israeli genocidal ally to kill more children, as if killing more than 20,000 children in Gaza was not enough. They want to do the same thing in Iran in the name of democracy, liberation, and fighting terror and evil. And as you said, Anthony, United States and Israel are and have always been the axis of evil, not anyone else. So thank you, Anthony. Thank you for making everything clear. Thank you for educating us. Thank you for making every American aware of what this administration and this lunatic president is taking all of us into. We need to do more. We need to rise up, all of us, regardless of any political affiliation. This is not about politics. This is not about an existential threat to all of us. And again, the program.
Dr. Jabour,
we-
to
Go ahead.
to end my piece, so
Yes, please.
not leaving it on a negative note, say that we have the power to change this. We are not helpless in this situation. We can change this. Everybody, if you have the time and the energy or the capability, go to Washington on different occasions, like in March and April and other times. Join Doctors Against Genocide. If we can go and put Americans there to talk to congressmen in every office of Congress, united, every office, we have people sitting in there saying, end this war. We are not helpless. We have the power if we choose to exercise it. We can demand change to this. And there are millions of Americans that do not want this and that see the truth. And it is not enough to sit back and watch and think that the Democrats or the Republicans or someone in Congress or in office is going to save us. No one is coming to save us. No one. Not our allies, not our Congress, not our president. No one is coming to save us. And if we do not stand united now, we are sealing our own fate. What I just described is not the fate that we have to accept. Every American, it is not hard to get up to DC. I know it might be inconvenient, but it is not hard. Think about what's on the line here. Think about what's on the line. Freedom is on the line. If you don't believe me, come November, when we go into the general elections in the midterm, you will see ICE agents at polling sites. You will see Donald Trump attempting to nationalize these elections based on the premise of we're at war. It's coming. And I hate to be right in this, but the indications have shown as such. And if we wait till it's too late, we can all sit back and say, oh, we should have seen this coming. We see it coming. Get to DC in March, in April, in May, in June, in July, any day of the week. Can you just imagine if on the 11th of March or the 14th of April that we have Americans knocking on the doors of every single door in Congress, the Senate side and the House side, knocking on doors to say, is Congressman so-and-so here today? We can make appointments, and if not, you can knock on the door. It's the people's house. And you knock on that door and you say, is Congressman so-and-so here? No? Okay, well then I'm going to leave my message with you, Mr. Staffer. End this war. And if you can imagine, if we have Americans knocking on every door of Congress, we can change this. It's inconvenient, I know, but freedom is on the line. Our freedom is on the line. This does not end with Iran. This does not end with Gaza. This does not end with Venezuela. This ends when it's on our streets here in the United States. And if we don't stand now, we are going to lose the opportunity to stand.
Yep. Yes, thank you. Please mobilize wherever you are. Do everything you can to end this in your local community, in your hospital, in your schools, in your city, and join us. Doctors Against Genocide, we're going to Congress March 11th. Please, everyone can join. It might be inconvenient, but it's not impossible. The little discomfort that might cost us for going there is nothing compared to the unimaginable cost and horrors that we might endure later on. So March 11th, April 15th, we need to show up in hundreds and thousands. This is the time. This is the time where our presence, our voice counts. Our morality counts. We need to make everyone aware of this. And we need to make sure that they know that if they don't stop this, it's going to cost them at the polls and votes and everywhere else. So please join us. Thank you, Anthony. We have to move on. We have our guests, our colleagues from Gaza. I want to move with them before they lose their connection. We have Dr. Ahmed Al Farra from Nasser Hospital. We have our colleagues, our Dagsters, Dr. Ashraf Abul Aziz and Dr. Salman. We are happy to see you there. Alhamdulillah al-Salami. Thank God you made it. We are all jealous that you are there. We wish we are with you, but we are also very, very proud to see you there, to hear from you there, and it's all yours. Is Dr. Ahmed with you guys?
Yes. Yes. Here.
Dr. Ahmed Al-Farra. So Dr.
السلام
Ahmed
عليكم.
Al-Farra, just عليكم السلام. كيف حالك؟
سلامات.
كيف الصحة؟
آه الله يسعدك. احنا اليوم يعني صحيح ال in English. The the weather is hot and the situation is very
Volatile. Very volatile.
complex.
Yes.
Very complex, but we try to forget it and try to make something belongs to Ramadan. Today we have our colleagues here with the iftar of مسخن. مسخن is, you know مسخن?
Yes. Absolutely.
It is a famous Palestinian which prepared by olive oil. I'll let Dr. Ashraf to talk about it.
Yeah.
حول
Yeah. So before you talk, before Dr. Ashraf, let me talk Dr. Ahmed one more time, please. So Dr.
Yes,
Ahmed
please.
Al-Farra just sent me with one of our colleagues, Dr. Muhammad Kuzais, the best gift I ever had in my life. This is from Dr. Ahmed Al-Farra. That is his graduation. I don't know how this is his name on it. It's his graduation from the board, Palestine Board of Medicine. He sent it as a gift to me, to DAG. Appreciation of our colleagues.
Wallahi, I
And,
swear to
it
God,
is with the greatest honor and appreciation that I'm wearing this, and this is gonna, inshallah, make it somewhere in a museum for DAG at one day. And honestly, this is the best gift I've ever had in my life.
this is a
We're
great
really
this is
grateful. تفضل دكتور أحمد.
this is a great honor for us, Dr. Nidal,
الله يخليك.
because I'm looking for something to be sent for you, and this is something like a symbol or something like something to remember Palestinian people and to remember the doctors and the festival that was amazing by your effort and your support. You supported that amazing festival, and it was everyone talking about it, talking about the achievement, and even the media, Zionist, was talking about that success of that celebration. We're really proud for every one of you, Dr. Nidal, every in Doctors Against Genocide, and you are our inspiring
This is Dr. Ahmed's
leader.
this is own piece he got for graduation. His name is written there in Arabic. I'm not just wearing it, I'm smelling it. لأنه ريحة غزة وريحة الحبايب فيها. So I've been smelling it all the time because the fresh smell of Gaza and Dr. Farra and everyone there is there. So we really, really appreciate this, Dr. Ahmed.
Thank you my friend. فيها ريحة مسخن دير بالك.
ريحة مسخن كمان. It's okay. Okay, now ready for Dr. Ashraf. Dr. Ashraf Abul Aziz, a Dagster, our honorable colleague, an anesthesiologist from the state of Indiana, American Egyptian physician, made it to Gaza Nasser Hospital, and we have the honor to hear directly from him today. Yeah, they have been there for almost a week now, maybe a little bit less than a week. So we want to see what experience they had so far.
Welcome everybody. I'm very glad to join you again on the Zoom. It is a great honor for me and for my colleagues over here to be with our brothers and sisters in Gaza. It's a wonderful experience. I encourage every single one of you to join and come over here if you can. Really, I was talking to them the other day, and I said that the war on Gaza has broken our souls, but since we came over here, we feel that our souls are being healed or in the process of healing just by being among those wonderful people. You can't imagine how generous they are, how optimistic they are, how resilient they are, how smart they are. Every day I spend, whether in the hospital or in the residency that they have provided for us, or even the streets among the children and among the people, I feel the spirit of Gaza, which is nothing that you can experience unless you live among them. And it is an amazing, amazing, amazing experience. So again, I encourage every single one of you to come and join and support as much as you can. If you can't, keep doing what you're doing, and let us all try to save Gaza and try to save the world. And may Allah give the strength and the patience and the resilience to the people of Gaza to continue and to be able to withstand what they are going on. The demolition and the destruction is unheard of. And despite of that, I haven't met a single person in Gaza who didn't have a smile on his face. I mean, this is, to me, this is beyond belief. So, alhamdulillah, may Allah support them and give them the patience and the resilience and all the help that they need and they deserve. I'm joined today with 5 other members of the group. So I let every one of them, if you allow us, Dr. Nadal, to introduce themselves.
1 second. Yeah. So I'm going to introduce Dr. Salman Khan because he has a special place in our hearts. Dr. Salman Khan, an infectious disease specialist from New York, Columbia University. Last summer, he went on to a mission, medical mission to West Bank, and now he's on his second mission to Gaza. We are really proud of you. We are appreciative of your work, of your sacrifice. We know how hard is it to do these missions, how disruptive it is for your work, for your schedule, and the risk that you take, you and Dr. Ashraf and all the team. We, as Palestinians, are really grateful for all of you. We, as doctors and healthcare
Dal, is it all on? Okay, maybe his connection is dropped. Dr. Ashraf, go ahead, please, and Dr. Khan, welcome.
Yes, thank you so much. It's really good to be back here with you all and echo everything that Dr. Ashraf said. It's such an honor to be here in Gaza, and especially during the month of Ramadan. And I'll just say, you know, driving here, we drove through Rafah, and Rafah is completely destroyed. It's in rubbles. And then, you know, when you drive past Rafah, you go to coming to the tent city, the tent camp, and you know, just seeing patients in the hospital over the last few days, you know, the genocide didn't end. The genocide entered a different phase. This is really where we're seeing some of the deaths from excess mortality, some of the preventive deaths from infectious diseases or complications from infectious diseases. So there was a patient in the ICU that I saw yesterday who had a paralysis from transverse myelitis from a varicella infection. And this is something that's a vaccine preventable disease, but over the past 2 years of the genocide, you know, gaps in vaccination and such, you know, this is something that could potentially have been prevented. I saw a pregnant woman today who developed a necrotizing pneumonia and was actually readmitted to the hospital. And this is, thankfully she's getting better, but this is someone who in the resource-rich settings would have a maternal fetal medicine specialist, and this patient doesn't have access to that. Also saw a patient today, without taking up too much more time, who had disseminated scabies, and this is someone who doesn't have any access to hygiene. She's not the only one who's suffering from the scabies. Her entire family is suffering from this. So what we're seeing now is an attempt to take away dignity from a people by denying them just the most basic human rights like hygiene and housing. And despite that, despite seeing the tent city and everything, the first thing we saw also in the sky was kids flying kites. And I was just reminded of, Rafat Al-Arir and the If I Must Die poem where he's like, about flying a kite. And it was just beautiful symbol of resilience. And just the spirit of the people of Gaza cannot be broken. I'll pass it on to some of my other colleagues if they want to.
There is one question for you,
much.
Dr. Khan, about Rafah. You've entered through the Rafah crossing or Amman?
So it was through so from Amman to Allenby and then to the Karim Salam crossing, and then when we got in, we drove by Rafah.
Okay, but the Rafah
northwards.
crossing is not open as of yet, as far as you know.
So my understanding is it opened to very brief, like pedestrian crossing, but now with the Iran war, I think every entry and exit point to Gaza is closed at the moment.
Got it. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Ashraf.
We'll pass it along to our colleague here.
Hi everyone. My name is Anas Abdurrahim. I am a anesthesiologist and an interventional pain physician. I've had the opportunity from that to join Dr. Ashraf and Dr. Salman for the last 6-7 days. Not to reiterate what they said, on that bus ride in, it's very difficult to look in and see. You are aware and you see pictures before, when I was in America, of all the destruction, but seeing it visually with your own eyes, it's unbelievable. And every time I'll periodically walk in the OR and do something and kind of get distracted from the reality of where I am, and I'll look out a window and realize that I'm just still amidst all of this destruction, and it continues to just constantly be present, and it's just there. And 2 days ago, I would say about a 3-minute walk from the hospital. We're about 20 minutes from where the yellow line is, but there was a missile or bomb attack that was dropped on right adjacent to a school near here, and it fell over a tent, and one person died immediately on the scene. The other was brought to the ER. And again, this is 20 minutes from the yellow line, the so-called yellow line where everybody's supposed to be safe. And that person who came into the ER was evaluated quickly. There was attempts to save his life, but then there was brain matter, not to be graphic, but brain matter coming out of his occiput, and so he was quickly pronounced dead. I mean, this is actively ongoing. Yes, it's not what it was a year ago, and it's still a very dire situation. So it's I'm happy to be here to do what I can. I mean, very candidly, the physicians here don't need my help. They're very smart, very intelligent, as Dr. Ashraf said. So I'm here more as a means to do what I can to help and support them, and then document my story to hopefully share when I go back home. I'll pass on to my colleague here.
Hi, I'm Jess. I'm a psychiatry and crisis response nurse, and I'm very honored to be here in Gaza. A lot of people here have been thanking us, but honestly, I feel like we need to be thanking them. I think these guys have said it, but I feel like they have healed us more than we're healing them. The people here, I can't even put into words how incredible it is being here and seeing all the love and warmth and care that everybody has shown us. They've treated us like family since the first day that we arrived. I feel very, very honored to be here. And as you were saying about, them being smiling despite everything that they have been through and continue to go through. It's weird to say, but I think I've honestly laughed more in the past week than I have in a very long time. Everybody here, that's just part of the resistance, humor and just everybody being together, looking after each other. I think we have so much to learn from everybody here in terms of community and care and what that means. Yeah, so I feel very, very honored to be here. Oh, really? Oh, yes, I'm Canadian. Sorry.
Hello, my name's Azad Dosti. I'm an emergency medicine physician. I've been practicing for over 2 decades in York, Pennsylvania, York Hospital. So when we saw the genocide start, we all sort of knew that it's going to be really bad immediately, and we all wanted to help. But we didn't think that they could be this destructive. They seemed to somehow one-up them with their capabilities of genocide, destruction, killing, taking away rights, taking away just basic things for humans that are not allowed. So I tried for over a year and a half to come here, and finally I got accepted, which was great. However, we're also very limited to what we can bring. We can only bring stuff for ourselves. We can't, there's limits on food we can bring, there's limits on items, toiletries, everything, and number of bags. So we do what we can, we bring them in, and it's about a 12-hour journey to get to the hospital that we are working at. And through this, we see just destruction. They basically made everyone homeless. We see tents and tents endless. And what we do see is smiles, and we do see a lot of smiling. We see everyone happy and trying to have fun. Majority of the people, I'd say about 80% that I see outside are kids under 15 years old. They're just roaming around. I don't know if they're orphans or they've lost, at least, I'm sure they all have lost family members. It's very sad. Additionally, everyone here is just amazingly friendly, hospitable. But I knew that because I have visited Jordan and Palestine before, so I knew what to expect. Speaking to the doctors, they all live in tents, at least the majority of them that I do. They work 24-hour shifts in the ER. They go home to a tent in the cold. It is cold outside. It's about 40 degrees, but it feels like it's 15 degrees because of the wind and the humidity. Yet they persevere, they come here, they're smiling, they look great. They're well better group than I am. They smile more, and they're very, very good. They're very, very confident, and the resilience they have is just part of the resistance. You know, they can get, the occupation can throw anything at them, and they don't. But one thing they don't have is spirit. They're spiritually very, very strong. And that's what is so impressive. As far as patients we've seen, I have seen about 3 or 4 missile strikes, and very, very traumatic. Something you don't see. You see shrapnel all over the body, and half of them that I've seen have survived. The other half did not. Very sad and just unnecessary. The Palestinians cease and the occupation fires. That's what the meaning of ceasefire is, from what we can see. Additionally, everything's been really nice, and inshallah, we will be able to help. At the end, this mission is probably going to do more for me personally than what I give to them. For some reason, I feel like I'm getting more out of this. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, can you, sorry, I'm late. Can you introduce yourself one more time, please? Your doctor?
Dr. Azad Dosti,
From
emergency
where?
medicine from York, Pennsylvania. That's where I work, at York Hospital.
Thank you. Honored to hear from you. Thank you for this profound testimony.
Thank you, everyone. Hello, my name is Asad Chaudhry, and I'm a vascular general and a trauma surgeon from the United States. I practice predominantly on the East Coast in New Jersey, and I'm here through Heroic Hearts organization as well, with the World Health Organization. And what stays with me is when I came here looking at the sheer volume of trauma that I've seen here. And I'm only in the aftermath now, but I can only imagine in talking to the vascular surgeons, the trauma surgeons, how things were at the time of the height of the war, for the period of 2 years or so. As for patients, I can speak that today I did clinic, and in a matter of a few hours, we saw 30 patients. And so the doctor's already under stress, but half of my patient population that I saw in clinic were victims of gun violence, of blast injuries, and they tended to be children as well, predominantly children under the age of 15. And so there are youth with above knee amputations of the extremity, individuals who've had severe neck trauma where the surgeons had to essentially tie off their blood vessels to prevent them from death, and that resulted in a stroke. And so in talking to my surgeons, I can only imagine at that time the decisions that were made, given that resources were very limited in terms of access to blood, the blood bank itself, the sheer volume and the number of casualties coming in at a particular time, and how the system was overwhelmed. My focus here now, as I'm working with the physicians, is to really develop a protocol, a system where we can try to work on getting some supplies in, medical supplies that can be used from an endovascular and open surgical standpoint, where we can address some of the patients who've had immediate surgery and now have complications from it that need to be addressed later on. As far as talking about patients in particular, just yesterday I found out about two patients in particular who need complex vascular operations that are not amenable here. So I've been reaching out to my colleagues across the world, and fortunately there are physicians in the surrounding nations that are willing to take up these cases so these patients can get the care that they deserve. And again, these are young patients in their 20s and 30s that we're talking about. These are not the typical vascular patients that we would see in our countries, which would be in their 50s, 60s, and 70s. And these are predominantly patients who have some form of congenital disease or some form of trauma that have put them in this situation. The one thing that I can say, despite seeing this system under extremis, as my colleagues have spoken about, is just the happiness and the resilience that I've seen in the youth and the elderly patient population over here. And everybody has a smile on their face. And as our mission here is very limited, and we are limited in what we can do during this time period, I think going forward we can try to be a resource for these physicians that they can reach out to for advice. And my biggest advice to all of you and people out there is really do not stop advocating for people here. Do not stop talking, because that's the biggest difference that we can make. It's not necessarily the impact that we will have here. That's a short-term impact. But when our voices are heard and we speak out wherever we are lobbying, whether it's in Congress, in our nations, or just even on social media, I think it's important to really highlight what has been going on here with the genocide, and essentially what has been going on and how resilient folks have been over here. And that's something I think that, as my colleagues have mentioned, will stick with us for the rest of our life. And it's a lesson for us that even in such moments of great despair, people do not give up. And it's important to keep on fighting, because there are people out there that will continue, and somehow the tide will change eventually. And so I advocate all of you, if you ever have a chance, please continue to reach out for advocacy. And if you ever have the ability in your life to kind of come here and do some form of relief work, I really encourage you to do so.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you. We really appreciate you. Appreciate your message. As I want to reiterate, please advocate, please mobilize, please speak up, please make sure we fix the root causes of these injustices. At the same time, practice your medicine. If you get a chance to go on a mission to help in a medical capacity, that's important too. But again, medicine is not just at the bedside. Medicine is not just in the OR. Medicine is preventing harm and stopping the systems that create harm. And this is something that we can fix with the new medicine, which is advocacy. Advocacy is a medicine. You can save more lives by holding your officials accountable, by educating people, by mobilizing the medical community. And again, never underestimate the leverage and the influence and the status of the medical community. The medical community in every country is a very powerful community, and if it's mobilized strong enough, we can make a huge change. We can paralyze every country in the world if we are all on the same page. We can make every politician kneel to our demands if enough of us can mobilize. And at this DNA or this age, no one trusts governments, no one trusts politicians. At least as a medical community, we still have the trust of the people, and we can gain more trust if we do more to be on their side and to serve their interest and to do everything we can to save them and to save humanity. So please mobilize, please do everything you can. Dr. Ahmed, تفضل.
Fadal, I want to mention that the Middle East nowadays is going through a difficult labor, and we don't know that the coming baby is have congenital anomaly of normal baby. We hope that in this blessed Ramadan that he will be normal baby, inshallah. And we hope that the arrogance and bullying will be end by these gangs. You know, the gangs of the world. If I have a problem with someone, I will kill him, and I'll kill the president of that state. This is this is unbelievable.
Jungle, the jungle.
It's more than jungle. I think the jungle will respect the lion of the other jungle, and they will not kill him. My friend, I want to talk about the situation that the borders are closed, completely closed. You know, after the fire started between Israel and Iran, all the borders are closed. The people here are afraid about that the border closure, so they start to buy some formula milk, some food material, something like that. So nowadays there is no formula in the markets. And even we were used to talk about the instability of formula. We still have the instability of the formula, but now there is no formula available in the markets. And I think the store of the Ministry of Health formula will be ended in 1 or 2 weeks later. So we have to mention about that. My colleagues, they are working in the hospital and they can see the lack of medical supplies. They talked about it and they experience about that because they have saw that by themselves. I think also the collapsing or the withdrawal of some NGOs like MSF Spain will increase the problem and will exaggerate the problem more and more. Why? You know that they used to cover by incentives the employee. Now we are preparing the tables or the duty for the next month, the number of hours that it is covered by Ministry of Health is not covered the employee of the hospital. Why? For Nasser Medical Complex, it is 4 hospitals in one hospital, Abu Yusuf al-Najjar European Hospital, Emirati Hospital, and Nasser Medical Complex. So you are covered 4 hospitals in one hospital. We used to see in the reception room 200 patients. Now we are examining nearly 1,000 patients. So the number is multiplied by 5. So you need to increase the number or the capacity of the staff. MSF Spain used to cover that, but now they are collapsing. Now we are returned to the staff of Ministry of Health. So we are suffering too much in the security guys, in administration, in the nurses, in the doctors. This we have to mention about that. Today they told me that at Tahrir building, nearly we have 100 pediatric admitted in the Tahrir building, and nearly 40 pregnant women are admitted, and there just one security guy is following the building. We used to have 5 or 6 security guys in one duty. We used to have, for example, 6 or 7 nurses in the duty of neonatal ICU and 4 in the duty of pediatric ICU. So the number is collapsed to 1/4. That means is 25% of the usual capacity. We have to mention about that. I tried to contact UNICEF. I tried to contact a lot of NGOs that they have to share or to try to make something to try to help for example, the neonatal ICU, WHO to help the stabilization center of ITFC. The communication is continued, but we have to focus on that because all the world nowadays are focused on a struggle between United States, Israel one side, and Iran on the other side. This is my message. Please, we don't have to forget also the West Bank. The West Bank now, no one can get outside home. They asked everyone to stay at home. Something like
Curfew.
curfew. Yes, yes. Our colleague from Jenin told me that they are under curfew now. So we have to mention all the eyes are focused on Iran and Arabian Gulf, but we have to remember what's happening in Gaza because Gaza is the start from that. And today, while I'm talking with Dr. Ashraf Abu Al-Izz, I think he's amazing, and he's our beloved doctor. He told me that Doctors Against Genocide was initiated or started before the war against Gaza. I was surprised about that. He told me that Dr. Karama and Dr. Maisa and Dr. Nidal suspected that there is a genocide will become against the West Bank, and they tried to fight against that genocide. This means that we really the West Bank is in the same situation like Gaza. They are suffering from a genocide like Gaza suffering nowadays. This is for this night. If there is any question, I'm ready. Thank you. Thank you for everyone who's sharing and activist in this.
Thank you so much, Dr. Farah. Shukran. And very grateful to have for having all the colleagues with you. It's very nice to see our colleagues in Gaza with you. It always feels like we might be able to be there with you, inshallah, soon.
You have to.
Inshallah. We do have a film called Sumud that we are going to screen. We have the filmmaker and we have Dr. Travis Mellon, who was with you in Al Nasser Hospital. You probably remember him. He's here with us too. And before we do that, I just want to mention that we are in active mode at Doctors Against Genocide, active mode in the sense of supporting the hospitals in Gaza. And we have been speaking to the leadership at Kamal Adwan Hospital, where Dr. Abu Safiya is the director of pediatrics. Kamal Adwan Hospital is almost completely destroyed, but the doctors, the nurses, and the medical professionals in Kamal Adwan Hospital want to rebuild it. And they talked to us about it, and they requested from us to fundraise for rebuilding Kamal Adwan Hospital. This will include rebuilding the pediatric section, the obstetric section, exactly where Dr. Hussam Abu Safiya used to work before he left Kamal Adwan Hospital walking towards the tank, and he was taken, and we never saw him back in his hospital. We want to free Dr. Abu Safiya. We want to free all the medical doctors who and the professionals who are incarcerated by the Israelis, and we want to have his hospital ready for him. For that, we need $250,000. So we are in active fundraising mode. After this meeting, I am going to the Palestinian Museum in Connecticut. We have an event in honor of Dr. Abu Safiya. And in that event, we will be strategizing on how to put more pressure to release the Palestinian medical professionals from the Israeli prisons. And inshallah, we will start the fundraising in earnest. So we need a lot of money. A lot of people are asking, how can we help in Gaza? The way we help in Gaza, Doctors Against Genocide, is we do have our partners on the ground. We have Dr. Ahmed Al-Farra, we have Dr. Saqar, we have Amjad Amawi, we have Mundir. And what we do is we coordinate with them how to send them material funds so that they can lead the projects in Gaza. So far, we have several medical points that are being funded by Doctors Against Genocide. We have several points where we also have food for people who need it. And we also support the community of visually impaired. So we are maxed out in terms of how much the help that we can get, and we need the help of our donors and the people who are listening to us. We never thought that we will be a fundraising organization. We were advocacy and education, but part of the advocacy and part of education is to support the community that we work with. And the support happens, and we know that we are making a difference. People in Gaza are telling us that we are making a difference. And
Your connection.
least we can do as people who don't really, so we need. My connection is bad.
Yeah, your connection is off.
Doctors Against
Better now.
Genocide is volunteer-led. Everyone that you see on these webinars, we are all volunteers. We do not have salaried employees. What we spend is what we get from donations is we get to the communities that we support in Gaza, in Congo, in Sudan. And with that, I think the link for the donation is in the chat. And I would like to introduce Dr.
Your connection is off, Karama.
Travis Mellon and Diane Harkin. And both oh my goodness. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it comes and goes. Yeah, it's
Why
good
is
now.
it bad now?
It's good now.
Okay, sorry, Nidal. Okay.
Go ahead.
You're good, Karama. Go ahead.
Okay. So the film is based on Dr. Travis Mellon visit to Gaza. He is an anesthesiologist. He's an intensivist in Portland, Oregon. And he completed 3 trips to Gaza worked at Al-Aqsa Al 5 months in Gaza. And his son Hakan, she's a professor emeritus of psychology at Portland State University. She is a clinical psychologist and a documentary filmmaker. Her work examines contested social spaces and collective memory. Her recent film include The Palestine Exception and Sumud, a doctor's report on genocide and survival in Gaza. And the film is based on Nasser Hospital, where the film also includes very important Canadian journalist Omar Al-Aqad. He is the author of One Day Everyone Will Have Always Been Against This. And we have Dr. Mellon and Dr. Hakan with us here on the webinar, and they will be able to do Q&A at the end.
Okay. I shared all the introductions you just shared, Karama, in the chat, so everybody can read about the film and about Dr. Travis. And
Maysa, do you want to share the screen, because I don't my internet is not so good.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Great. Okay.
I grew up around these people. These are my neighbors and my friends. And like a lot of parts of the Middle East, an incredibly hospitable, generous place. Simultaneously, Gaza is an open-air prison and has been for a very long time.
AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, has officially spent more than $100 million in this year's political races in the U.S. Its objective? Get rid of the few but passionate pro-Palestine voices in Congress and keep the status quo.
With the Middle East rapidly changing and Israel fighting on multiple fronts, Congress is taking important action to advance policies that will help keep our ally safe. This week, the House passed the National Defense Authorization Act, and I'm proud to report that all of our key priorities are in this legislation.
Every day for a year and a half, I watch representatives of my government, people who are supposed to represent me, tell me that the worst thing I've seen in my lifetime is actually good and necessary and just and must continue, and that I must keep paying for it, and that if I stand up against it in any way, I am the bad guy.
My name is Travis Moline. I'm an anesthesiologist here in Portland, Oregon. This summer was my second trip to Gaza. Getting in is a very long process. So you submit your name 2 weeks beforehand, then you have to fly to Amman, Jordan, and then the night before you would hope to enter, you are told yes or no. And this summer it was about, I think 45 to 50% of folks are told no the night before. Wake up the next morning and you get on a bus. You drive to the border crossing into Israel. You do a lot of searches there. Then you hop onto a second bus once you're in Israel. There you're not allowed to get off the bus again until you're in Gaza.
It is a place where every movement is under control. Some days cardamom is allowed in. Some days cinnamon is banned as a security threat. And this is across the board. Chocolate, bicycles, baby formula, whatever.
The other thing you cannot bring in is medical supplies for distribution. From my experience last year, I felt that the handheld portable ultrasounds were incredibly useful in the ER for trauma, and so I raised money beforehand to try and purchase a number of those. Typical day for me, waking up, having a breakfast of sorts, and then I would head to the operating room around 2 p.m. and kind of just figure out where I could fit in. We're not generally doing anything outside of our skills, so I'm still doing general anesthesia. The difference is in the ER, so we would go down and work the ER for mass casualties.
The talking point is always the same, that this is complicated. The talking point is always the same, that if you know these people like we know these people, you'd understand why we have to do this. The talking point, which is never stated but always implied, is that there is something inherently savage, inherently barbaric about these people. And that whatever you see in terms of grotesqueness or slaughter or atrocity right now, imagine something even worse.
Majority of what we're using the ultrasounds there for are trauma, and it's called a fast exam. And so you can put the ultrasound on someone, you can take a quick look in multiple spots in their belly and say if there is bleeding in their belly that needs surgery. You can look at their heart quickly, see if there's bleeding around their heart that needs to be decompressed somehow. Do they have a pneumothorax? You can see that on ultrasound also. It's obviously a danger to be a journalist in Gaza. It's pretty well understood there by the people that if you are caught, taking photos of buildings or surroundings, that will definitely make you a target to be bombed. Because the theory, again, it would be that you could be taking photos of buildings to plan an attack in the future.
I have a difficult relationship with the idea of resilience, right? Because just at a baseline level, I don't want to ever live in a world where I find out that children are resilient. I'm not even talking about some grand geopolitical thing. I'm just talking about the day-to-day life in any society. I'm also cognizant that this notion of celebrating the resilience of a people, however true it may be, is also part of the lexicon of colonialism. Why do we know this, right? Why do we know some people's resilience and have no idea what other people's level of resilience is?
Last year was all explosive injuries. This year, probably 95% of the injuries we saw were gunshot wounds. They were always a very sniper-styled shot, right? So if you have a machine gun and you're kind of just spraying into a crowd, you'll have different locations that get hit. Each day that pattern would change a little bit. So some days you'd have almost all headshots. Other days it would be all chest, and other days it would be targeting like the scrotum, for example. So you'd have a huge number of scrotal injuries or bladder injuries, femoral artery injuries. So someone's targeting that area. And so it all seemed very personal, very intentional, and like someone was just kind of choosing for that day, like target practice. So the majority of our patients this year came from various different aid sites. You're told exactly kind of where to go, where to stage at, when the food sites will open, and so this huge crowd of people will go and hang out at these predetermined areas. And then, the Israeli army started shooting. And that was the universal story that came from, every single person who came in injured or from family members. Pretty much everyone that showed up to the ER, you could see rib cages, when they're laying on their back, you can see like their abdomen just kind of indents. You can see the entirety of their hip girdle. Here in the US, they would get some version of pain medication, sedation, whatever. In Gaza, pain medications are one of the things that aren't really allowed in. One thing that is available is ketamine, and ketamine essentially dissociates your body from, your mind. And it works fairly well for pain, also in lower doses. And the other thing you have to scrap for was that safety equipment. Like in the US, anesthesia is built upon safety. Most of the machines we had available at Nasser Hospital were very old and completely just run down. Like the blood pressure cuffs, are coupled back together, they're taped up. Sometimes when we're doing anesthesia, the only monitoring that we have would be to look at your lower lip, at the mucous membrane, and be like, ooh, that's kind of pale. I bet they need some blood. Or their lips, and be like, oh, if their lips start getting a little bit blue, maybe that means that the endotracheal tube has, come out. And so sometimes you're just left with a clinical exam kind of only to let you know what blood pressure is or what your next kind of treatment would be.
One of the things I realized over time was that I was preemptively giving in to the same kind of grotesque prejudices that are all around me with regards to the Palestinian people. When I would talk to people, when I would do these book events or I would talk on panels, I found myself going back time and time again to these kids that had been killed, that had been maimed. And of course I'm going to that place because I have a soul. Like, in what context is violence against children acceptable? But I also realized that the corollary was that I was already ceding the space with regards to men and women. And that's such a horrific thing to give into, right? And the reason I bring this up is because you asked me about hope, right? And, you know, I see these men and they're in this situation where the worst possible thing is happening. Like, I'm watching a guy try to calm a screaming child down. I'm watching a guy pull a kid out of the rubble. You have to sort of kill something human in yourself to look at that and not think to yourself, like, my God, the level of humanity here amidst such immense inhumanity.
They're very sophisticated in the medicine they can deliver. They had a normal healthcare system prior to this, so they're obviously very good at everything they do, but they're just completely overrun, completely burnt out, and there's not enough of them left who haven't been displaced, injured, killed. European General is one of the main kind of training spots for residents, and I think about a month or two before I went there, European General was bombed, and the whole hospital has since been evacuated and is now not functional. And so all those trainees have moved from European General to Nasser. Yeah, worked with a variety of different folks, nurses, ER doctors, a lot of medical students, a lot of trainees. The medical students are still in medical school. They're still getting lectures. They're still trying to learn. They still have aspirations to be, the first female neurosurgeon in Gaza, for example, or to be a surgeon, or, whatever it may be. All the different sides that are occurring as part of the genocide in Gaza, the medicide part, just complete dismantling of their healthcare system, from, the physical locations of the hospitals being destroyed, to the supplies being available, to the healthcare workers who are still alive and functioning. Every aspect of life there is destroyed, or, being destroyed right now. Yeah, there's definitely things that are haunting. There's lots of things. There's patients that are bleeding, and that all you need to do is put an IV in them and squeeze the blood in, hold pressure, and they'll be fine. But they don't have a family member that brought them in. They came in as an unknown. So, your son needs some blood, you recruit your family to donate, and that's where you'll get the blood from. If you're an unknown, maybe you only get 2 units of kind of uncross-matched donated blood. And so you gave those 2 units, but maybe this person needs 8. And so you just have to sit there on that, knowing that you could treat them knowing that whatever death is rapidly approaching them is completely preventable. Our work is on the 4th floor for the most part. That's where the operating rooms are. So I spent a lot of time on the 4th floor, both in the ICU and the operating room. And so that's kind of where all my friends and coworkers are hanging out at. So my very last day after 2 months there was, saying goodbye in a couple different locations on the 4th floor. And about 15, 20 minutes or so after we left the hospital, they bombed those exact locations where we had been saying goodbye. And so had a few friends and coworkers who were both injured and killed as a result of that, because we were standing, right there saying goodbye, and they were still kind of hanging out in the area after we had left. What actually happened is there was a strike on the east stairwell, a strike on the south stairwell, and then about 15 minutes later, 2 strikes on the north stairwell. And those are the ones that we all saw, like the very graphic videos of the journalists being killed. Had a handful of colleagues who were right there when it happened. And so, they took videos immediately afterwards of all the smoke running through the operating rooms and through the hallways, and, of the rescue that was going on. The reason they gave for bombing that is that they said there was a Hamas camera there, taking, video or some such thing was the kind of excuse that they gave. In the couple of weeks preceding this attack, a lot of the different NGOs that had been working at Nasser were no longer being allowed in. Our bunk room at Nasser at one point had like 15 people staying in one very small room. And by the time we left, it was just me in that room. And so to us, it felt very much like they waited for the moment that the coast was clear as far as causing a large international incident, and then struck, which is, very different than the story that they gave, which was that this was an accident.
So the closest sort of English analogy to Sumud is steadfastness. This notion of standing your ground, of withstanding, I suppose. I think that a large part of the reason why it has come to take on the meaning it has, particularly with respect to the occupation of Palestine and to the myriad indignities to which the Palestinian people are subjected on a daily basis, is because it relates to the notion of not just steadfastness, but steadfastness in the face of glaring asymmetry. Asymmetry of violence, asymmetry of resources, and so on and so forth.
All of our medical societies in the U.S. should denounce genocide. But I shouldn't have to say that. Not only because it's directly against their medical code of ethics, there's nothing complicated about the situation. It's very clear and obvious genocide.
What matters to me is that enough of the world is outraged about this, that it is forcing change. What you are seeing is, at the ground level, just among everyday people, a level of rage that can't be brought back into line with a talking point, right? I've seen enough bullets lodged in enough children's heads that there is nothing you are going to tell me that's going to bring me back in line.
And if you look at, other conflicts around the world, medical societies will come out and say, yeah, we believe there should be a ceasefire in Ukraine, but there's obviously an exception for Palestine.
If change is happening, and I see change happening, is because people are fucking pissed off. And when enough of them are pissed off, something is going to change one way or another. I now know something about the immense amount of goodness and the immense amount of courage that people can possess in moments of extreme atrocity. Right? I have that knowledge alongside the knowledge of the atrocity. And that's not going away either. This is the most dejected and the most hopeful I've ever been in my life. And I have the choice of which of those paths I'm going to follow over the course of my day. And I think I have an obligation to choose the path that gets something done.
Destiny. You gotta make a choice, better be on the right side of history. No one can be free until we all are free. Enough is enough. We gotta stop this genocide. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. No more murder, no more lies. Free, free Palestine. Palestine.
I think round of applause.
Wow. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Jan. Thank you. This is the
Amazing.
best so far. Very clear message. A lot of courage. A lot of clear conscience and moral integrity. No shortcuts. No dancing around the words. No dancing around the atrocities. Very grounded. Very well evidenced. Thank you. Thank you, Jan. Thank you, Dr. Travis. Thank you.
We're gonna open up some Q&A.
Is Dr. maybe Jan can say something, can reflect on the movie and tell us how she made it. But is Dr. Travis still here or did he leave?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
He had to step out for an emergency consult and texted me he would join as soon as he could. He's working today, so he had kind of scheduled the time. But yes, thank you so much for showing this film in support of this important work of Doctors Against Genocide. I've followed your work, your weekly webinars for a very long time. And just to say a bit about how this film came about, I met Dr. Moline last summer when a local group of healthcare workers for Palestine, who had been also involved in my previous film, The Palestine Exception, that followed campus protests over from 2023 through fall 2024. These workers were and activists were really worried about how the genocide in Gaza had kind of slipped way below the radar or interest of the mainstream media, and felt a kind of urgency to not only support Dr. Moline in raising funds for supplies in his return to Gaza, but also asked me if I would do a documentary based on his journey. And I really, and we had many conversations with Travis, as well as the local activists, healthcare workers. And I said, this really has to be done right. People have been kind of bludgeoned by a lot of horror images, and there's a place for the steady stream on social media of accounts through brave journalists who continue to cover this, the ones that are alive. But I wanted to talked with Travis about a kind of film that would take a different approach, a quieter approach, would help people kind of come in through the structure of the journey. So it is structured around, it's a conventional narrative structure. But he was very reluctant initially to be part of this. He said, I don't want this to be a story about me as a hero. It has to center on the work and I think many of your earlier speakers today talked about how capable and creative and smart the healthcare workers, our Palestinian healthcare teams are there. And so he said there's a risk for medical volunteers to come in and make themselves the center of the story. So we talked about how to hold that relational aspect at the center, and also how to participate, engage people there in the film itself. So he had certain conditions and the staff there for joining this production. It's very different joining a webinar versus consenting to be part of a documentary of someone that you don't know in the US. And so it's an enormous act of trust. So there were certain conditions. I always attend to that in my participatory methods of documentary filmmaking. People who have a speaking part or involved have a chance to see rough cuts or segments before I put it in the process of editing. So these were conditions that were important for him as well to proceed with the documentary. I don't know if Travis is with us yet. Can you tell?
No, he's not with
Not
us
yet.
yet.
He told me that he has like 3 jobs that he's managing as an
Yeah,
anesthesiologist. So
which
he's
is
very busy.
part of what
I hope he
happens.
will come back. Yeah.
Yeah, he said he would try. Medical volunteers often, have to hit the road running when they return, to make money. But there was another part of the process of how to structure the film, and that was how to put this together in a way that didn't leave Travis with holding the whole load of the story. So we reached out to Omar El-Akkad, most famous for this wonderful book. I'm sure many people joining today have read. One Day Everyone Will Have Always Been Against This. And it turned out he lived here in Portland, just coincidentally. So we were able to bring him into the film, and it was important to have kind of be able to move back and forth between this kind of clinical lens that's kind of quiet, and you kind of follow this kind of steadying way you have to proceed as a clinician in these settings, to kind of pulling back where Omar was able to provide more context, more commentary, helping people understand what was happening, which I think is very important in this kind of documentary, is to not just hit people with the scale of the horror, but to help people to reflect on and understand a point of view and a line of analysis on the events. So I had asked in the course of interviewing Omar, I asked him about this whole question of resilience because it comes up a lot in my own field of psychology. There's a shift from a over pathologizing of marginalized people, oppressed people, to then this resilience model, which these are people that are so tough they can endure anything. And so he was very interested in how we think about colonialism as how we think about resilience as a part of the discourse of colonialism, and how on the one hand you have to really embrace that because it's so important. There's still people there alive, functioning, laughing, as people said earlier, insisting on joy every day and community. At the same time, the suffering is immense and beyond many measures of human endurance. And so how do we try to balance those in the film, this theme of resilience, but also kind of a critique of how that gets used. And also it was important to take up this question of children, the violence against children. And I've followed many of these sessions over the last few years where the focus is on the brutality of an extreme cruelty and inhumanity of killing children, even as we're seeing in Iran. But that can also, as Omar was saying, it can set a high bar for what counts as notable suffering. So the suffering of women and men is somehow seen as less important in a way. So he took up that theme because I think as a feminist filmmaker, I've been very interested, of course, in violence against women and children, but there's also this suffering of men who are trying to hold their families together and doing this difficult work of holding body and soul together, including for their wives and children. So it's not an either or proposition, but it was important not to focus exclusively on children. So I don't know if you have questions for me that you want to ask. I think Travis will be joining us shortly.
Yeah, I think people asking question if we can show this movie again or if we can share the movie with others.
Yes, the movie was made with mostly volunteer efforts to make it available for screenings. I haven't charged any screening fees for groups, and there have been, I think, about 10 groups, including some in the UK, that have shown the film. I think there was a problem with maybe the file size of the internet connection that created that stuttering effect, and maybe we can talk later. I think people still got the overall experience of it. The audio came through well. But yes, in answer to your question, I hope to continue to be part of these events if there's interest. And Omar and Travis have also expressed interest in and have participated in Q&A sessions. So
Dr.
Yeah.
Dr. Haken, if is it okay if I put your email in the chat so that people can connect with you if they want to have screenings?
Yeah, the best way is on our website. There's a form people can fill out, and just it's a pretty easy form. Say what you want the film for, and emphasizes there will be no charge, but it's easier for us to manage it. I have someone who handles that. So it's PalestineExceptionFilm.com, and then on the top right there, because this is a sequel to that last film. On the top right, there's a button to Sumud, and then you see information, including how to host a screening. And yes, we invite groups to make use of the film, and it's also available now on Kinema for rental on demand, KINEMA, and that the link on the website also will take you for individuals to rent it on a sliding scale. And it includes there a discussion of the film after the premiere here in Portland that was, I think, quite interesting.
Thank you so much. I think, we're very grateful for you to making this film because it reflects our feelings about how the medical professionals in Gaza are heroic. They do not need people from outside to tell them what to do. They need the genocide to end. So I really would like to hear from Dr. Al-Farra because I think he watched the film with us. And Dr. Al-Farra is at Nasser Hospital with his colleagues. So this is pretty much his daily life for the past 2 years. So Dr. Farra.
Dr. Ahmed is busy on the phone. Dr. Ahmed, this movie was about your hospital, about you guys. Did you watch it with us? What's your reflection?
I watched it.
I
Even
watched
I
it. Yeah,
yes.
what do you think? انت قاعد عامل حالك مختار ومضافي وكل شيء مش قليل دكتور احمد.
I was surprised about the effort that was done to achieve that work. It's amazing, and we need to share it. We need to all the media, all the TV channels should see this movie because this movie is not nothing like it's real. It is not like you're doing something uh, about. No, it is events, actual events. The photos, the movies, everything was in action at the same time. The sharpness, the injuries, the patients, the targeted patients, everything. I think this is one of the most valuable events that we have to share and we have to talk about it. And really, while watching it, I thought that I am now in the emergency department. I am now on the theater. I am now on the reception room. I am now on the balcony where the targeting of the journalist happened. Really, I appreciate everyone shared in that amazing work. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those comments.
So, Jan, can you please repeat? Anyone interested to screen this movie, how they can reach out? Want to repeat this just to be on the safe side.
So, can you? No, the best website is www.palestineexceptionfilm.com. You can get there through my website, but my website has a lot of other films. So go to palestineexceptionfilm.com. And then on the top right, there's a Sumud red button that takes you to all the information, including, yes, that's right. And on the top right will be a red button that takes you to all the information, including a form you fill out to request a screening.
Thank you.
But I can also include, I would be happy to talk with people individually. So I can put my email in as well. Because sometimes people want to ask me direct questions.
Yeah, if you can put that in the chat, that would be great. Thank you. And while we're waiting on Dr. Travis to come, hopefully he will join us soon. I want to take the opportunity to remind everyone about the Kamal Udwan rebuilding or reopening project. We know that our colleague, Dr. Hussam Safiya, was abducted from this hospital last year, just a few days after he was a guest on our webinar. And we owe it to him and to the people in the north of Gaza, because there is no functioning hospital in the north of Gaza at all. And while we need to keep the pressure up and increase the pressure to bring him home and bring all the hostages home, more than 9,000 of them, including Dr. Hussam and his colleagues, to honor them, to honor their sacrifice, the least we can do is to rebuild the hospital, especially the pediatric, the OB/GYN unit that he was working at. We got contacted by the acting director of Kamal Udwan Hospital, Dr. Sakhar Hamad, last week for an appeal to all of you. We need this hospital. The people in the north of Gaza, they don't have any functioning hospital. They have been trying on their own to put things together, but they don't have enough funds or means. Their estimated budget to reopen the emergency room of the pediatrics, OB/GYN, the lab, and the radiology at Kamal Udwan Hospital is 250,000. And we promised them that this is the least we can do. We need your help. We need your support. This is the video recorded by Dr. Sakhar Hamad and our brother Faris Afani for that appeal. And we will have them on the webinar next week, inshallah, to share their need and their appeal with you. Please, we need 250,000 to help the children and the people in the north of Gaza and to honor our colleagues and to honor Dr. Hussam. Can you play the video, Karama, please? This is the video we recorded with them. There is no voice. Okay. This is the Kamal Udwan Hospital now. This is the video we took, or they took last week, 3 days ago. There is no sound, Karama. Is Maisa here or no? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm in the car, so I will
Oh, I'm
try
sorry.
once again. Inshallah, I will figure it out. Hold on.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, I'll start it from the beginning.
The beginning, yes, please. Yes, good. This is the hospital now.
I am Dr. Sakhar Hamad, Director of Kamal Udwan Hospital. We want to start renovating department, pediatric emergency department. We want renovating Dr. Hussam's department, and we want to renovating obstetrical and gynecological emergency department, the laboratory, and radiology department. We need your help. We have agreed with our brothers at the Doctors Against Genocide Foundation. We need your help. Thank you.
لو مرة بس تخفي بروحي المتعبة، لو مرة بس يرتاح لي بأرضك غفا، لو مرة بس ترتاحي من بطش العدا.
الدكتور حسام أو صفية من داخل مجمع كمال عدوان الطبي. الدكتور حسام كان حريصا على استمرار تقديم هذه الخدمة في داخل هذا المجمع مع باقي زملائه المقدمين الخدمة من أطباء وتمريض ومسعفين. لهم الفضل الأساسي في صمود وثبات هذه المنظومة في شمال قطاع غزة. يعني نأمل من الجميع، جميع العالم ومؤسسة أطباء ضد الإبادة الجمعية المشاركة والمشاركة بشكل كبير في إنجاح ترميم استقبال الأطفال والمختبر والأشعة واستقبال النساء والولادة.
بخلا ممتلة كنتي ولا زلتي أنا يا غزتي يا قمرتي نالوا من طلوعك وأنا كرث الحزن اللي بخاطري يمكن إذا غالي الدمع ترخص لك الروح التي فاضت عذاب جرحك وطالب طول مليك المعتدي يا دمعنا بعيني رفح يوم الدمع لما نزح طل الضحى.
So thank you, everyone. Thank you, our colleagues. You have always been generous with us. You always answered our calls. This is a direct appeal, and we really appreciate any support we can get from you. The least we can do for our colleagues who sacrificed everything to provide for their patients is to keep their legacy and their hospital and their unit working and functioning to help the people who need it most. Again, as I mentioned earlier, there is no functioning hospital in the whole north of Gaza. The Kamal Udwan Hospital is the only one there that they need our help to put it back to work to provide for the people. And the least we can do for our colleagues, even and despite their abduction by Israel, is to insist that the work, the value, and the principles that they were abducted for are honored. We insist on restarting Kamal Udwan Hospital and rehabilitating it and making sure it goes back into providing services for the community that they needed most, the women and the children. There is another project by a sister organization who are helping to fund the general emergency room for adults, for males and everyone else. But we took it upon ourselves. We agreed and we promised them we will take care of the pediatric and the OBGYN unit. Again, everything is expensive in Gaza. That's why the cost might be a little bit high. The ask for now for this unit is 250,000. And as usual, what we do in DAG is we empower the people, the communities themselves. They tell us what they want to do. They put the plan themselves. They have their full agency, and we only are there to help them, support them, and fund them. So this project is going to be completely run by the employees, by the staff, by the engineers, by the doctors, by the nurses at Kamal Udwan Hospital. They will have full control from A to Z. They will be sharing with us every plan every week. And with your help, with your support, please be generous with this. This is a big service for a huge number of communities that need it, and it's also a statement. We refuse what the genociders want, which is to shut down hospitals and to commit medicide. We rebuild, and despite that our colleagues are still being abducted illegally, we need actually to intensify the campaign to free our colleagues. Karam actually is there, is going to the Palestine Museum now. They do have a function to amplify the campaign to free Dr. Hussam Absafiya and his colleagues. And while we do this, at the same time, we're going to rebuild the hospital. And we need to promise them that, inshallah, by the time Dr. Hussam is out, his hospital will be working and he will go back to work from day one. So please, please share the news. We have the link in the chat. We're going to talk more about this project later. I don't know if Dr. Travis is here or not. It seems he's not here yet. In the meantime, any of our colleagues here, we have Medea. Medea, are you there with us?
Yes,
Medea?
I am.
Medea, you helped us. You had a campaign to free Dr. Hussam Safiya, and we need also. We are always greedy when we ask you. We always want more from you. So, along with that campaign to free Dr. Hussam, please add the campaign to rebuild Dr. Hussam department, the pediatric department. And I know you have another action around Cuba about the sanctions. So, while we're waiting, please go ahead and share with us what actions you want us to be part of, and what do you want to educate us about today.
Well, thank you so much. That was a really moving documentary that you showed. And thank you for your continued work and for rebuilding these parts of the hospital. The Cuba issue I wanted to bring up is that Cuba at one time had the best healthcare system in a poor country in the world and sent medical missions all over the world, including to wealthy countries like Italy during the height of COVID. You might know about their medical missions that have been going now for years and years. In fact, my own life was saved by Cuban doctors in rural area in Guinea-Bissau, where I almost died, and it was thanks to the Cubans. So they have been all over the world, and the U.S. has done everything it could to destroy the Cuban healthcare system and destroy the ability of those doctors to provide their services around the world, pressuring countries to say, we won't give you any aid if you continue to employ Cuban doctors. They're also now telling countries that you can't send your students to get trained for free in Cuba's medical school, which is really insane, but they're actually doing it. Cuba is suffering so much now. I have been going to Cuba since the 1970s. I've never seen it so bad. I was there taking powdered milk to the children's hospitals in every province all the last 2 years. And things have just been going worse and worse. And now that the U.S. has cut off the any oil from going to Cuba, won't allow Venezuela to send oil, won't allow Mexico to send oil. And just yesterday, we found out that a Russian ship on its way to Cuba was forced to turn back. The big U.S. bully is just doing horrific warfare in Cuba. It's economic warfare, but it's killing people all the same. In fact, Cuba, that had one of the lowest infant mortality rates, better than the United States, the infant mortality rate is going up. The hospitals are suffering. The doctors now, their salaries are worth about $25 a month. And it is a catastrophe made by the US, made by Donald Trump, and this siege that he's put Cuba under. So there is a hemispheric-wide solidarity and people coming from Europe as well, going on the 21st of March to show support for the Cuban people and opposition to this brutal, brutal policy. And we would like some DAG members to come. It's only a long weekend. It's from March 20th to March 23rd. That's a Friday to a Monday. I'll put the link in the chat. And the U.S. only has sanctioned almost every single hotel in Cuba. So there's only 4 hotels that we're allowed to stay in. So we'll be staying in one of those hotels. We'll be seeing the conditions, and we want to make connections with Cuban doctors. There are also hundreds of Palestinians who have been trained in Cuba, and many of them are still in Cuba. So we'd like you to meet with them as well. So once again, I'll put the link here, and we would love to have DAG representation. Any questions?
When is the date again, please?
March 20th to 23rd.
2023rd. And any
Yes.
U.S. physician or doctor or healthcare worker can join?
Anybody can join. I mean, you don't even have to be that, but we would like a representation of DAG members. And I put the link right there. If you sign on that link, it sends you to a page with a lot more information. Any questions?
Any questions for Medea, guys? I'm gonna try myself to join. I have to check my schedule. Yes,
That would be
always wanted to go to Cuba.
wonderful.
Yes.
We would
I
be
usually
so
have a
excited.
question for Medea. Good afternoon,
ahead.
everyone. Medea, I know that have you already been to Cuba? I know you had done a shipment of food there, correct?
Oh, I've been there like dozens and dozens of times. Yeah.
What's the feedback that you're getting from congressmen regarding the condition in Cuba? I'm curious.
Well, there's 3 horrific Congress people from Southern Florida, Cuban Americans, who say that, oh, it's too bad that we have to, that the children and the women have to suffer, but that's what they have to do for their liberation. Those are the Cuban American right-wingers. There are good ones. In fact, there's a congressional delegation that's supposed to go the first week of March. Jim McGovern has been very good about Cuba. Our Ilhan and Rashida are very good, and Nydia Velasquez. There's quite a number. Delia Ramirez. So yes, we are working with Congress on this as well, but they don't have any power, especially with Marco Rubio, who is, a Secretary of State that at first pretended that he fled the Cuban Revolution until it came out that his parents had left before the revolution. But he wants it to be his legacy to have overturned this government. And so really he is the one that's steering this horrific policy.
Medea, are you going yourself?
Oh, I'm definitely going. I'm organizing this. Oh, and I didn't say that we are also trying to send boats. It was originally going to be a flotilla, except the U.S. won't give any permits for boats to the U.S. When last week there was a boat going from the U.S. that somehow got by the U.S. Coast Guard and made its way to Cuba and then shot the Cuban Coast Guard. The Cubans are now very wary of sending boats, although I think we still might be sending some boats from Mexico and maybe the Dominican Republic, but no boats will come from the U.S. now. I will certainly be there, and our chartered plane.
Can we also donate maybe medical supplies and stuff like that for with you guys if you're going there?
Well, we have many thousands of pounds of medical supplies that Global Health Partners has donated, especially for the neonatal parts of the Children's Hospital. And so we have lots of supplies. We do have this charter plane that is taking all of these supplies. And we have been going for the last 2 years and chartering planes to take food and medicines.
Perfect. If there is anything we need or we can help with, please let us know. Do you offer free qataif there like Dr. Ahmed Al-Farra is doing in Gaza? Dr.
Do we
Ahmed,
offer?
yeah, free qataif. See, he's hosting the doctors in Gaza, he's giving them free sweets. So hopefully we can have a similar experience there in Cuba.
You will love it,
Cuba.
and the people will love you. They are just the most warm, welcoming people, and they love Palestine. They are,
Sure.
since the time of Fidel Castro, they've been big supporters of Palestine. So we hope that some of you will come. I've got the link there, and please think about coming. It's a very quick
Sure.
trip, very inexpensive trip, and we'd love to have you. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Thank you, Medea.
I hope
Dr.
to be
Ahmed,
there.
do you want to join us to Cuba? They're calling for a mission to go to Cuba. Do you want to join us?
Wallahi, yes, please.
Inshallah, one day you will be joining us on a mission to Cuba. John, you have been very busy too. You've been doing a lot of action in DC. What do you want to share with us today?
Well, I hope to go to Cuba with Medea and the group there. I'll be happy to represent DAG if you can't go.
We need a few people. Maybe the more the better. Yes, let's try. We're meeting on the 11th in DC. Hopefully, maybe we'll have a plan by then. A few of us can join. Tell us more about your work. You have a protest yesterday or today about the war, about what's happening with Iran?
Yeah, well, most of us woke up yesterday morning pretty upset and angry that Iran, which Trump put off for some weeks attacking, the attack went ahead anyway. And of course, they killed a lot of school children right away. Attacks and just like Rubio seems to want to make it his legacy that somebody finally overthrew the Cuban Revolution. Clearly, they want to reverse the autonomy that Iran clings to, and they want to make that their legacy. Saturday Night Live said it best last night. They said the Board of Peace got bored of peace, and so started yet another war. There were a lot of people out protesting yesterday. There's ongoing things today. Again, we've got to come up with a strategy in addition to the protesting to get to this government somehow. I think that's going to amount to some sort of massive strike or tax resistance.
Yes, please, let's talk, and maybe that part of the strategy we can do it for the March 11th. So maybe let's have a meeting for the group that's going to DC and try to come up with maybe more impactful strategies. تفضل دكتور أحمد.
My brother, Dr. Ashraf, about the situation in Cuba, he told me that they are suffering like Gaza. They are suffering in the electricity, in the formula, in everything.
Yes.
I thought, everyone who fight or resist or say no for that arrogance, he will be punished and he will under siege and he will suffer. Look for Iraq, look for Syria, look for Libya, look for Yemen, look for Sudan, look for Cuba. And everyone is say and obey and share in abstain, he will success and he will be in safety. This means that this world is fake in democracy. They are reversed the democracy. If you are sharing abstain, you will success. You will be in high class. You will be maybe you'll be leader. You will talk about the woman rights. You will be talking the United Nations. And if you resist or fight or talk about your dignity, you are terrorists and you will be fighting. That's what's happened in Cuba in a brief. Thank you.
Actually, I mean, the best friend for you about this will be Medea Benjamin. Do you know Medea Benjamin, Dr. Ahmed?
Dr. told me about her, and I'm really proud of her. And I want to meet her as soon as possible. Inshallah, I invite her to visit Gaza to be with us, inshallah.
So what do you think about what Dr. Ahmed said, that the imperialist United States and the hegemony, anyone who says no to them, they will sanction them, they will destroy them, they will bomb them, they will kill their children. I think these are all the things that we've been working against for decades now, Medea. Go ahead.
Well, absolutely. I was just in Venezuela. I came back a couple of days ago, and we see the same thing there, that there's tens of thousands of people who had died because of the U.S. sanctions, because the U.S. doesn't like their government. And in the case of Cuba, I was just on the eastern part of the island where they're getting electricity 3 to 6 hours a day, where they're having to resort to horses and carts to get around, where they're having to cook with coal and with wood because they don't have any cooking gas anymore. It's just horrific what the US is doing. And yes, unfortunately, they have a lot in common with Gaza, although they thank us when we go there. They say, thankfully, we've got still a roof over our heads, not like the poor people of Gaza. So they really feel for the people of Gaza. And yes, Dr. Alfara, one time we will all free ourselves from this horrible yoke and be able to visit each other in peace.
Free Gaza, free Palestine, and free the world. We need to free the world. As Rashida Tlaib said the other day, this is not just a Palestine question. This is not just a Palestinian Jewish problem. This is a world problem. This is a human issue, and we see the manifestations all over. So we do need to free the world from the oligarchs, from the mega rich, the elites, those exploiting all of us. Yeah, thank you. We need to work together, mobilize together, and do more to create a better world for all of us. I see Dr. Lara Germanis. Dr. Lara, we don't see you often here, and since we were talking about strategies and stuff, I think you are one of the best ones to talk about these things. Lara, are you there with us? Lara? Dr. Germanis? I know she's always busy with the kids, but if you are there, Dr. Lara, I would love to hear from you. We're still waiting for Dr. Travis. We have our colleagues here for reflections. We might be joining Dr. Hawash Karama, the U.S. Museum. They have an event there to free Dr. Hassam Safiya So about 10, 15 minutes, we might join them. In the meantime, let's do some reflections from our panelists here. And let's start with Hadil. Hadil, are you there? Hadil?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry,
Any
I'm trying to
reflections on the day? We
multitask.
have 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes.
We are making progress. So I am, for those that I have not had an opportunity to meet before, I hope everyone's having a wonderful Sunday. Even with all the devastation that's going on in the world, I honestly don't know how to function anymore. Um, but I actually have a trip to Egypt on March 14th. I'll be going in. I'm the executive director and founder of Education Rising International. I have 104 medical students and recent graduates who are originally from Gaza, who are in Egypt, who are seeking support for exams. They are also looking for research opportunities. So we have a DAG member that actually reached out, and I was able to connect her with one of our rising physicians. And so opportunities that may not even cost you any money, it may cost you a little bit of time, but if anyone has any research projects that they're working on and students can join in, please reach out to me, let me know. We are grateful that actually Dr. Ghassan Abu Sitta is working with AUB and LAU in Lebanon. And alhamdulillah, we've had 5 of our students were able to make it to the next round of interviews, and hopefully they're able to land positions there. And so we've got a lot going on. And please feel free to follow us on Instagram. We're posting all of our updates and monthly wrap-ups on our Instagram, which is also our name, Education Rising International. So, but if anyone has any insights or supports or offerings that might be beneficial to students who are studying for the USMLE, going to Germany, planning on going to Turkey, we've got a tremendous amount of work that's going on. And if anyone wants to volunteer for anything, to mentor a student, please feel free to reach out.
Yes, please reach out to Adil and support the student, support her work. And as a reminder, don't forget about the Kamal Udwan Hospital project, please. We need your help, we need your support, and we need that as soon as possible because the need is urgent. The link is there. Please donate, please share, please spread the word. We need Kamal Udwan Hospital back functioning and working despite Israel, despite the United States, despite the genociders, and in honor of our colleagues who sacrificed everything to provide services there. Please do not forget Kamal Udwan Hospital, as long as all other projects that we have, but we feel this is, at this point, takes top priority and top urgency. Mary Beth, you want to share your reflections about the day, please? Being someone who served in Iraq, maybe, I don't know, I'm kind of giving you hints. And Lara, please stay with us after Maribeth. Well, I want to hear from you. We don't see you often, but the fact that you came, this means there's something going on in your mind. We want to hear it. Go ahead, Maribeth.
Well, why don't we go to Dr. Germanis first while she's
Okay,
here?
sure. I know before her kids start jumping on us. Go ahead, Lara.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, no, I'm home with some sick kids today. But really wonderful to be able to hear the updates, and just had wanted to connect given this horrific and completely unfounded, shockingly unfounded intervention in Iran. But I have a couple of updates. One, that I've been kind of supporting different groups with media, and so we are now looking for legal support because the Medford, Massachusetts City Council voted to divest from fossil fuels, genocide, and war crimes, and is now being sued. And so we're looking for support for them, and then also, so if anybody knows of any legal support that might be able to, we're kind of digging around and asking. And then I am working
Legal support for what, Dr.?
for a city council to defend its divestment ordinance
Oh, the city council in that's
in Massachusetts. It was the I guess first in Massachusetts, third in the country to pass a divestment ordinance.
Yeah.
And we're hearing, unfortunately, from the AFSC that the fact that the lawsuit exists has already created a chilling effect on other people, on other cities around the country that are also considering such ordinances. And then I'll just put in the chat, I'm going to be running a training actually on Tuesday in collaboration with a couple of attorney colleagues about how to keep care safe for immigrant patients given these situations with ICE in hospitals. And then lastly, hopefully soon forthcoming, I will be putting out a pilot version of a survey. We finally have IRB approval to do a survey about academic freedom in medicine. I really hope people will respond to this survey because we keep hearing that there's not data about silencing around Palestine. But basically, it is a kind of broad-based survey about academic freedom in medicine and public health in the United States, with a robust section of questions specifically dedicated to silencing about Palestine. So stay tuned. I'll put the pilot in the DAG chat and then hopefully the formal survey soon after.
And if you can also share the training that you have tomorrow, the link to the training so we can join. And
I will do it right now.
even better, we would love to maybe hear more about it next week too. Yeah, we do need that training also. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Germanus. Mary Beth?
Oh, okay. Things are heavy. We're repeating the same crimes of Iraq. We've seen it before. And we live in a country with no institutional memory to guide us, as if we, as a nation, would even be interested in a more ethical or just or equitable future globally. So, if anybody knows anyone in the military or any veterans who need to start questioning their role, I would advise you, if you just Google veterans about face as a means to get started. We all have a responsibility to refuse unethical, illegal, immoral orders. Responsibility, obligation to do so. Otherwise, I feel like I should have some words of wisdom, and I'm not especially wise. So I don't know. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, I know it's crazy. I know. Dania, what do you have to share with us today, please? And we have also the March 11th visit coming up. Dania?
Hi, everyone. Yeah, it's I'd like to thank Dr. Jan for that incredible documentary. You see so many of them, especially lately, but not many of them protect, what it means to be there and to make sure that the people in Gaza are the center of the story. So thank you for allowing us to view that. And also just her stance on the resilience which often gets romanticized in a very colonial way where, it makes us feel better sleeping at night knowing, oh, they can handle it. They're strong people, which is very unfair. But we'll be back on the Hill on the 11th. I encourage everybody to join, especially with the recent attacks on Iran. I feel like if the left and the right are going to unify on anything, it's going to be on anti-war and just this ridiculous amount of money that gets spent on terrorizing the rest of the world. Just hearing earlier, Medea mentioned that, doctors in Cuba are making $25 a month is just, just to think about, just the luxuries we get to have, even though our governments are, not pouring into their communities, but just generally just to be on the launching side of the missiles and the benefits that come with that it's just not right. But yes, please join us on the 11th. It's the most, I always say, it's the most important work we can do to confront these lawmakers. You'll feel very empowered by the group, and yeah, join us on the 11th of March. Thank you.
Thank you, Dania. Dr. Shatab?
You know, especially this last week, every night we go to sleep trying to process the events and horrors of the day. And you wonder what the world is going to look like when you wake up, you know, what new tragedies we're going to be grieving, how our government will have disrupted and destroyed the lives of people in other countries. And it gets very exhausting and it's very overwhelming. And that makes it even more important to remember that every injustice here in the US and across the globe is connected. It's the same players, it's the same agenda, it's the same tactics. So if everyone just grabs the thread that's closest to them and just pulls on it for all they're worth and you don't let up on it, eventually we can collectively unravel the whole thing. You don't have to find a way to put yourself, you know, in the space for Iran, for Sudan, for everything. It's not possible. But if you recognize the connections and you bring up the connections and you just keep at it, eventually we can turn the tide on this.
Yes, we must change the tide. Giving up is not an option. It's a luxury we cannot afford for the sake of humanity, for the sake of the children, for the sake of a better world where every life, every human being, every child, every mother, every father counts. Again, as we always say, there is enough in this world for all of us. There is no reason other than the greed of those who want to control the whole world. There is no reason for all of us to keep fighting and hating each other, regardless of our color, nationality, religion, citizenship status. There is enough in the world for all of us to live happily in peace and to have food for everyone. There is no reason why billions of people in this world starve while few or a handful of people have trillions of dollars in their bank accounts. This is not fair. This is not just. This is not a universal value, and this is not a world we want to inherit to our children. And if there is any value, if there is any meaning to life, it is that by the time we leave this life, we should have brought some positive impact to humanity. All of us who just come to this life and eat and make money and then die without adding something to the history of humanity, to the value of humanity, it is as if they never existed. They just ate and then got old and died. So everyone can seek a way to find a meaning for life, but there is something that we can all share, which is that each one of us must have a positive impact on our humanity, that we should be proud that we made a difference and we advanced humanity and we created a better world. Dr. Iman, are you ready? Are you back? Taqabbal Allah. Dr. Iman is a faithful prayer. She has to pray and pray for us, and it's good to hear and see you again, Iman, every time.
Inshallah. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Yeah, the documentary was just, very powerful. And there was the one thing that the journalist had mentioned. He said, you know, amidst all of this that we're seeing and the horrors, we have an obligation to choose the path that changes something, and that just really struck me because it is like how Miriam was saying, you wake up every day and you're like, okay, now what? Now what? And I think somebody had mentioned, it might have been the physician had meant something about killing something human inside of ourselves, like every day. and kind of what's left. But what really gives me hope, it warms my heart so much to see Ashraf with Dr. Ahmed. It really gives hope that inshallah one day we will all hopefully be together. But we just have to keep doing what we can. Talk to the people around you. It's amazing how just even those little things, a lot of people aren't necessarily aware we're in it and we're listening to it all the time. So, let people know, because I think I have to believe that the majority of people are good. And if they really, really understood what was going on, they wouldn't be okay with this. And so, I think we need to share with people and motivate them to get active. So, come to the Hill with us on the 11th of March, please. And if you can't, please, please, please sign up to come with us on the 15th of April. We're trying to get as many people as we can. Tony, had a really good comment about, could you just imagine if we had at least one white coat, somebody wearing a white coat in each single office in Congress, all at the same time, demanding all the same thing, what an impact that, that could have. So we would love to have you all there.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hosni. And thank you, everyone. Again, I want to remind you again of Kamal Adwan Hospital. We need to rebuild it. The children, the people need the service there. And Dr. Hussam will be happier with us if we can help his team rebuild this hospital. And to do that, Karama just hijacked Martha's phone number. And she is at the museum now using Martha's phone. They have a speech and a talk and an event for Dr. Hussam Safi, the release of Dr. Hussam. Karama, do you hear us? Karama Martha. Karama? We wanna try to
I'm
stream.
sorry, yeah. Can you unmute? It was just too much background noise.
Yeah.
Unmute, Martha.
Unmute, Martha. Unmute, Karama.
That's what you're saying.
Alright.
Hello.
Is there a way that you can position the phone like horizontally? Okay.
Yes.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So I'll mute myself until it's time for me to speak,
Yeah.
because there's nothing happening here now.
Okay. And what are you speaking about? Okay, that's fine.
Dr. Hussam.
Dr. Hussam, the release of Dr. Hussam of Safiya.
Yeah.
Nidal, do you want to put out while we wait about the fundraiser iftar in New York?
But it's not illegal.
Oh yeah, maybe you need to talk about that. And we
Yes,
have
Mark.
Elvis here. Yeah, go ahead and talk about that, and then we'll go to Elvis. I know Elvis was with us. Go ahead. So we have a fundraiser, New York, March 12th, for Doctors Against Genocide. Anyone in New York, please join us. If you're not in New York, you can. I think they're gonna be live streaming, and if not, you can still support our work, our mission. It's going to be a good panel. We'll have Dr. Muhammad Mustafa, we have Dr. Kuzais, me, Karama, Maisa, and many of the DAG team is going. And Yiping, yes. Yiping was here earlier today. So Yiping is going to be there too. Please join us if you are in New York or in the close area to New York, March 12th. That's the day after the Day on the Hill in DC. So March 11 in DC, let's do a trip now. March 11 DC, March 12 in New York, and maybe March 20 in Cuba.
Let's
I think
flood the
we're gonna
trains
do, yeah.
from DC
What's
to
that?
New York. Let's flood the trains. Let's do like a DAG train ride
Yeah,
from DC to New York and all go to the fundraiser. I just
that's a
searched
good
the
idea.
link. You can, yeah, so for people who can't join in person, it is going to be live streamed, and we are hoping that we're going to get as many of you to join us in person.
Thank you. Elvis, this is not Elvis. Someone took Elvis' phone, or this is Elvis too?
No, I think Elvis is there, no? I see
Yeah,
Elvis. No.
that is me. It is me. I'm sure you are referring to me because I'm not wearing the glasses and probably I lost my hair. Thank you very much for giving us once again the time to be part of this webinar, but also sitting here and listening to everyone who has spoken before us, before me. And I will first start by, as a filmmaker, I will start first by saying thanks to everyone who has contributed to the amazing documentary that we just watched. It made me believe that the work that we are doing as filmmakers can have an impact, can support the work that all of you doctors and medical staff are doing, the amazing work that you guys are doing on the ground. And some of us, we can only be there to support you and to tell your stories and to tell the stories of our people who are going through a lot. We have to be that channel that can support the independent doctors, the volunteers, and everyone else who is working in this field, because we know the mainstream media will never ever tell our story, and it is our duty as filmmakers, content creators, documentary writers to be working alongside people like you. So thank you very, very much. I'm honored again to be here. And I can start by saying thanks to Doug for the support that the team and everyone else is continuing giving to the Congolese people who are really, really struggling at the moment. In terms of the update that we have, we've got, I don't know if I'll be able to talk about the update that we have, because the event of the last 2 days, let's say a few months now, have shown us that we have to stick together. We have to fight the enemy. We've got one enemy, and wherever we are, the genocide are happening all over the places, all over the country that we are living, has shown us that we have to.
Can you name that enemy, Elvis? What's our enemy? Our
Our
shared
enemy
enemy,
is
the enemy to humanity.
yes, the enemy to humanity are, we all know them. We go America, we go, or I'm gonna try
Just
to
greed.
avoid.
It's greed,
Yeah.
honestly. It's just greed. Just some
And
people, few people in the world, they don't seem to get enough. They want it all. And
and
that's why
and
they're leaving almost 8 billion people suffering all over the world. Go
and
ahead.
as a Congolese, I feel bad because I look back at all those drones that are killing innocent children in Gaza, in Congo, in Sudan, in Palestine, have something that is coming from my own country. And our leaders have given the enemy the right to come and take our minerals so that they can continue building more harmful device to continue killing people, killing innocent people. It is sad. We have to stand and we have to fight. We have to make sure this doesn't happen. Maybe we are lucky enough to be alive right now and be conscious that humanity can still exist, and we have to keep on fighting. We have to keep on pushing and be the voice of the voiceless. Here in Congo, we are continuing doing what we have to do. This month, February, has marked a year since we lost 350 children who we were supporting in displacement camps. Those 350 children that we were supporting were malnourished, and the majority were orphan. Out of the 350, we did manage to rescue 32. And those 32 children, we have been looking after them since February 2025, and they're still with us. Yes, it has been difficult for us to give them a house, food, shelter, wherever we are giving to them. But once again, thanks to every single person who has been donating and supporting Doug and other friends who are helping us to continue supporting those children. But it is sad for us. 12 months ago, we lost more than 350 children. and that was tough, and it's still tough to the team, because every time we see the 32 that we have, we remember others, and we don't know what we can say about the genocide that is happening in our countries, and no one is talking about it. No one is doing something to end whatever's happening. On the other side, this week we continue to provide the support to the young girls, the victim of rape, who become mothers. We continue to support them and support their babies. And this week, one of our girls gave birth to a triplet. So we've got triplet, two baby girls and a boy. That is a very, very good news to us, to the team, but it's also another challenge that we're going to face, because we have to learn and get all the means that we may need to support the mother and the three babies who were born. They all are in good condition. They all are in good health. That is a good start. They're still at the hospital, but very soon they'll be going back to the house. Doug has been supporting with food and healthcare. So we are very much grateful. We have continued to pay the hospital bills to different patients that we are meeting at different hospitals, because Congolese people, and mainly displaced people that we still have around the town of Goma and Bukavu, still facing financial challenges, and many of them are locked in hospitals because they can't afford to pay hospital bills, and they will stay in hospital for months, for weeks. And recently, we just met with a young lady who has mental illnesses and was raped by a group of men. I'm really, really sorry, trigger warning. And they use metal to destroy a private part. And now she's under our care. She's in the hospital, but also she's looked after a mental health clinic. Those are the people that we are supporting every single day. Those are the people that we are meeting every single day. As a small grassroots organization, the work that we are doing, the challenges that we are facing are huge, and alone we could not be able to support them. So thank you very, very much for everything that the team has been doing here, but also thanks to that team to give us the chance to share our struggle and to listen to other people that we are sharing the struggle, the same struggle, learn together and try to find solution to the problem that we are facing. So thank you very much to everyone once again, and yeah, it is a sad day. Thank you.
Thank you, Elvis, and so sorry for your loss, for the kids. So sorry for the stories. The little girls who are still being raped there. I mean, our hearts are with you. And please let us know if there's anything else we can do to support, especially that girl. Are you still in Goma, Elvis?
Yes.
What time is it now there?
It is 10:30.
10:30. Okay. Is it too late or
I do stay a little bit late when I don't have an early morning round to do. And Sundays now with the DAG webinar, I try to stay till midnight.
are you close to the hospital where many of these victims are being treated, or is there a way you can join us maybe with some of these people next week or from the hospital, or if there's anyone we can talk to or support there?
Yes, I think what I could do, I can stay next week or next webinar, stay in the hospital at night so that I can just intervene the few, let's say
That
8
that will
p.m.
be great. That will be great. We
Yes,
want to see their faces. We want to hear their voices. I mean, this is important. We want the world to see the face of these people, to humanize them, because these are human beings. They are not just numbers. These are boys, girls, women, men, equal life like all of us. And we always need to remind people and push it on people. These are real life. These are not just numbers. And this is their face. This is how they feel, how they talk, and yeah, well, I mean, no need to thank us, Elvis. We're happy to help. Thank you, and thank your many thanks to your team. You are really doing an amazing job there. We're proud of you, and we're happy to help and continue to help and support more. And thank you for sharing, your truth and your voice with us. And maybe you and Jan Hakim, maybe we can all work together and do a documentary and this time get all these genocides together in one documentary. Gaza, Sudan, Congo, Rohingya, and, you know, there is always a room for, I think if we unite, if we work together, we can always do more products and better products. Jan, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
So we have a colleague here with us, Elvis. So you can understand each other better now. Artists talk and language.
Yeah, Elvis, it was so inspiring to hear about your work and to have a fellow filmmaker, which I think is important part of the cultural work of a movement, is finding ways of forms of storytelling that help people have another way of looking at what's going on, because I think people become kind of habituated and inured to some of the stream of images in short forms, which are very important on social media. But I think these longer form pieces where people can also come together like we have today and have the experience of, solidarity and support, as well as seeing the work, as well as the horrors, the work that continues to be done in the midst of all of this. So I'd love to have be in touch with you in any way I can be helpful to you. Let me know. My email is there in somewhere in the chat. But I'd love to hear more about your work.
Thank
Yeah,
you
we
very,
will
very
help
much.
connect you.
Yes, I wanted just to say thanks to you in person for the documentary and also for the approach, because it's always a challenge to us, because we deal with real stories of real people going through real trauma. So it's always key and important to have a certain approach that doesn't destroy the dignity of the person who has been contributing to the film or the story we are telling. And I was very, very pleased with your opening when the doctor said to you that it doesn't have to be me, it has to be the people of Gaza, the people, the victim. And that is something that we all have to learn. It is about the people who are going through a lot. We have to tell their story. It is not our story. Yes, we are helping them, but it is about them. So thank you very, very much for highlighting that approach and also being there and telling in a way that even a child can understand,
I
can
think
listen to the story.
you two can start a new movement called Decolonize the movie and the film industry. It seems you're both talking on those lines, so this is
Thank
really
you.
appreciated. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you, Elvis. And now I want to go to Dr. Karama Komarli Hawash, the co-founder of DAG from Palestine Museum. Karama and Martha are playing tags with us back and forth.
Yeah.
But I think it's time for her speech. We have a little problem with the connection, but hopefully we can make it happen. So, Karama, Martha,
I think you
Eileen,
need to unmute and you need to turn your camera on.
yeah, we are ready for you anytime. So almost half of the DAG team is there now. Karama,
Martha?
Martha, Eileen. Dr. Ahmed is getting impatient. Where are you?
معاك يا بيه.
أهلا وسهلا، ازيك؟
Just give me a second.
أهلا وسهلا. نسمع من الدكتورة
Yeah,
كرامة هلا.
we're
Fine.
about to start.
Speaking now. Yeah, go ahead, كرامة. تفضلي.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah, since it says video, we need to do something else to here.
Share something.
No, video. And let's bring this one. People here, we can then go like that.
Okay.
Done. It has to get rid of this. Yeah.
Mhm.
Good.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Talk
Thank you so much for having me. And thank you for the museum. Thank you for hosting this event. And my name is Karama Hawash Kumerli. I'm the co-founder of Doctors Against Genocide. And I'm here in honor of Dr. Hussam Abu Safiya. Dr. Hussam Abu Safiya has a very personal connection to our organization, Doctors Against Genocide. We have a few members here, so we are all aware of how Dr. Hussam Abu Safiya was literally the start of our weekly webinar, the start of our serious advocacy. What happened is that he was the first doctor to join our weekly webinars, and he joined because his hospital was surrounded by tanks. And we started the webinars to raise awareness because of these tanks that were surrounding the hospital. We wanted to bear witness. We wanted to be in proximity to our colleagues in Kamal Adwan. We wanted their voices to be heard throughout the world. Dr. Hussam joined us when he was treating children in the hospital, and his hospital was surrounded by tanks and attacked repeatedly. On our webinar, he made an appeal to President Trump, pleading with him, asking that he should pressure the Israelis to allow the hospital, just the hospital, to remain open, to treat the children for injuries that they sustained because of attack by American jets and American weapons. We wrote a letter also to President Trump begging to keep the hospital open. And Dr. Abu Safiya, he's a very soft-spoken, very humble, very polite doctor. He's an exceptional human being. He was always somebody that we marveled. How can he keep his calm and be so gentle when things are so brutal around him? He left the hospital, walked to the Israeli tank, asking to speak to the commander, thinking that he will reason with this supposedly human being to keep the hospital open. And since that time, no one saw him at the hospital. He was incarcerated, and he has been in incarceration without charge ever since. And we have been screaming at the top of our lungs, free Dr. Abu Safiya, free Dr. Abu Safiya. And it has been more than a year. He was incarcerated on the 27th of December 2024. He has since lost 40 kilograms, not pounds, in this illegal incarceration. He is enduring brutal, vindictive torture. We saw Dr. Abu Safiya in tears burying his own son before he was arrested. He himself was shot in the hospital in his leg, and he was treated in the hospital and at the same time treating his patients because he was the specialist. He had to do things that he never trained to do because the surgeons were killed and the orthopedic surgeons were abducted. So as a pediatrician, he needed to do things that were beyond his expertise. Since then, we have been inspired by Dr. Abu Safiya, and we continue to support our colleagues in Gaza, and we continue to have a community every Sunday of
the medical professionals in Gaza to speak to us, educate us. We choose to be with them every minute. We choose to be with them, and we do not look away. We refuse to leave them alone, and we refuse to pretend that nothing is happening to them. And since then, we have had Dr. Al-Farra, Dr. Abu Rish, Dr. Abu Salmiya, Dr. Saqar, so many amazing individuals who have become household names to us, and we speak in their name, and they always educate us, and they always inspire us, and they are the light in our lives, believe it or not. Even though they are in Gaza, suffering this brutal genocide, they manage to keep us going and give us hope. So just about our organization, and Phil and Martha and Eileen are here, and maybe others, Omar. We have found ourselves together in community after the genocide in Gaza. And Doctors Against Genocide is Palestinian-led. We are Palestinian. We are Palestinian medical healthcare workers. And we founded the organization because we grew up under occupation. And the organization was born from the awareness of injustice that we endured under occupation, where our humanity was treated as conditional and our fundamental human rights were systematically denied. And we do not accept that. We do not accept it for ourselves. We do not accept it for others. We do not accept it for our people. So we had to do something. We have one universal mission. Genocide is preventable. It is a man-made catastrophe, and the medical community has the duty to recognize early warning signs and tell truth plainly, and never again should be for everyone, not just for one group of people, and it should be for all of us. Gaza made our mission unavoidable because we are witnessing mass killing, destruction of a population through the systematic dismantling of healthcare, hospitals, and even the killing of clinicians and first responders. Everyone who has a white coat is under threat in Gaza. Even though now we have a ceasefire, we know that this ceasefire is not a real ceasefire. The doctors are still seeing mass casualties, and people are being targeted. Police officers are needed in Gaza. We just heard a couple of days ago, 4 of them were killed by drones because Israel does not want a normal structure for life in Gaza. We reflect on our work as doctors, as nurses, as healthcare professionals against genocide in honor of Dr. Abu Safiya and in honor of all the Palestinian healthcare workers that continue to work under conditions designed to break human life, but they refuse to leave their hospitals. They refuse to leave their clinics, and they kept the spaces open for patients, even when they did not have a single medication to give. Because for them, having a clinic open or having a hospital open is a declaration of hope. Our colleagues in Gaza also inspire us to be excellent physicians and excellent nurses and people who really care about life. And I see that every day when I'm in clinic. I feel when I see patients or when I'm in my hospital, I feel that I'm privileged to be able to give medicine and to treat and to take care of my patients and to refer them to others, order scans, MRIs. I do not take this for granted anymore. And that makes me a better clinician. I know that. And despite the destruction that has befallen Gaza, believe it or not, we continue to be inspired by our colleagues. Their skill is extraordinary. Their teams are exceptional, and I'm not saying this lightly. They're under siege, scarcity, displacement, grief, and constant danger. They continue to practice with
exceptional rigor, ingenuity, and courage. We work with a group of two nurses who work with the visually impaired community in Gaza, and the reports that they make, it's very high level reporting, research. It's very impressive, to say the least. To honor Dr. Abu Safiya is not to speak his name alone, but to act in accordance with what his example demands, that we refuse abandonment, we defend the sanctity of healthcare and protect those who heal others and insist on accountability for those who destroy. We remain in the corner of our people in Palestine and of every threatened people every minute of the day, documenting evidence, protecting healthcare workers, mobilizing institutions, demanding accountability. To us, our oath is a mandate for disciplined, organized, and sustained protection of life. I would like to share with you some pictures. This is Dr. Abu Safiya walking to the tank, thinking that he will be speaking to a human being, not a monster, who has taken him, as you see, in that big tank, and we have not seen him yet since then. And genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity are a barrier to improvement in global health. And that's why you see the medical community speaking up. Not all of us, but those who actually care about life are all speaking up. I would like to share with you a video about our organization, and indulge me with this, because it is a very fun.
نوار طبعك دوم جبارة شلون غزتنا كل الناس بعتنا يا غزنا
شلون غزتنا كل
Iran's deals, diplomatic cover, and the shameful promotion of weapons exposed like CANSEC fuels the machinery of genocide.
I stand with doctors against genocide.
طبعك دوم جبارة شلون غزتنا كل الناس بعدنا يا غزة نوارة طبعك دوم جبارة شلون غزتنا كل الناس بعدنا طبعك دوم جبارة شلون غزتنا كل الناس بعدنا يا غزة نوارة طبعك دوم جبارة شلون غزتنا كل الناس بعدنا يا غزة نوارة طبعك دوم جبارة شلون غزتنا كل الناس بعدنا
I am Dr. Saddam Hamad, Director of Kamal Adwan Hospital. We want to start renovating department,
Aisha, the other
pediatric emergency department. We want renovating Dr. Hussam's department, and we want to renovating obstetrical and gynecological emergency department, the laboratory, and radiology department. We need your help. We have agreed with our brothers at the Doctors Against Genocide Foundation. We need your help. Thank you. Of Kamal Adwan Hospital. We want to start renovating department, pediatric emergency department. We want renovating Dr. Hussam's department, and we want to renovating obstetrical and gynecological emergency department, the laboratory, and radiology department. We need your help. We have agreed with our brothers at the Doctors Against Genocide Foundation. We need your help. Thank you.
لو مرة بس تخفي بروحي المتعبة لو مرة بس يرتاح لي بأرضك غفا لو مرة بس ترتاحي من بطش العدا.
الدكتور حسام أو صفية من داخل مجمع كمال عدوان الطبي. الدكتور حسام كان حريصا على استمرار تقديم هذه الخدمة في داخل هذا المجمع مع باقي زملائه المقدمين الخدمة من أطباء وتمريض ومسعفين. لهم الفضل الأساسي في صمود وثبات هذه المنظومة في شمال قطاع غزة. يعني نأمل من جميع العالم ومؤسسة أطباء ضد الإبادة الجمعية المشاركة والمشاركة بشكل كبير في إنجاح ترميم استقبال الأطفال والمختبر والأشعة واستقبال النساء والولادة.
بأخلاق ممتلئ كنتي ولا زلتي أنا يا غزتي يا قمرتي نالوا من طلوعك وأنا كرث الحزن اللي بخاطري يمكن إذا غالي الدمع ترخص لك الروح التي فاضت عذاب جرحك وطالب طول مليك المعتدي يا دمعنا بعيني رفح يوم الدمع لما نزح طل الضحى.
Is Karama still there with us?
I think she's done her part.
Oh, wow.
So much love in those videos and so much hope. And
We need Karama, actually. I have yeah.
Karama?
Karama, is she still there? دكتور أحمد نورت الفيديو أنت دكتور أشرف نورت الفيديو المرة الجاية الفيديو الجاي إن شاء الله أنت راح تكون front and center. We're working on it. It's all the talent of Maisa doing it all alone with Martha and with Maribeth, with Dania, with Arusa. So inshallah more is coming. So please help us with Kamal Adwan Hospital. I tried to contact Dr. Hussam San a week ago to see if he can join or if he have a message for Karama for this event, and he unfortunately could not join. But I just got a call from him, and unfortunately Dr. Hussam's situation has gotten much worse in the last month. The lawyer visited him last week, and it seems Dr. Hussam has been moved to yet a more brutal prison in the last month. It's in the Naqab in Negev. It's called Nafha prison. He's been held underground. He has not known day or night for the last 45 days. He doesn't know that there is Ramadan. He doesn't know what time of the day is. His health condition is deteriorating really bad. His life is in real danger, and whatever we need to do for the campaign, we need to intensify this, and we need to push for the project to honor him. I really want Karama to share this with the people at the crowd there. This is kind of troubling news, unfortunately. We need Dania, please, Dania and Iman. We need to bring this more to DC and the Hill, and maybe we can try maybe another letter campaign. This is unconscionable what's happening, what they're doing to doctors and healthcare workers. So let's please amplify this. I'll send this as a message to Karama. In the meantime, if anyone has any reflections or if Dr. Ahmed wants to speak, I think they're frozen somehow. Dr. Ahmed, Dr. Ashraf, you want to say anything?
I just want to say that the documentary that was presented today, I have seen it actually on the ground in the hospital, in where we are staying, in the operating room, in the emergency room, all of this. Fortunately enough, a lot of the destruction had been repaired, and this again shows how much the resilience of the Gaza people are. The operating room had been functioning. I've been doing cases every day so far with the surgeons. They are excellent surgeons. I have been doing spine cases. I've done not a neonatal 5-year-old with post meningitis, hydrocephalus for a VP shot. We have been doing a lot of cases, and I was very impressed with the team, starting from the surgeons, the nurses, even the anesthesia technicians, the medical students. Everybody seems to be very efficient, very knowledgeable, and very professional. So my role here is to support them, no more, no less. They don't need us. They just need some rest after all these long hours of working. Stories that I have heard, I can write a book when I come back about all the stories, about those who lost 21 members of their families, about mass casualties with 300 patients coming to the ER and the operating room, about patients being intubated on the floors. It's unbelievable. I mean, the kind of stories I have seen. But again, I mean, they tell you all these stories with a smile on their faces, as if this is normal. The first time I heard about the guy who stays with us in residency, I told him, what is that? And he said, what? And you haven't heard the bomb? I said, no, this is nothing. This is just a normal thing. So it's becoming like a normal thing for them. I mean, they don't even worry about any of that stuff. But anyway, I think the experience is very fruitful. I think it's life-changing. And the way we look at our perspectives in life changes just by being with these people. And by the way, the documentary was excellent, and it reflects very accurately what was happening according to what I was told. And as I said, this is what I have seen so far in terms of places and even the remnants of the bullets on the walls that have been shown in this documentary. I have seen it by my own eyes. So overall, it just confirmed what I knew about Palestinians and people in Gaza specifically, but I needed that trip. So thank you for everyone who made that trip possible. I'm really very grateful to be with those heroes among them. And I'm very humbled by them.
Thank you, Dr. Ashraf. Dr. Ahmed, have any closing comments, please?
Yes, I have to close by a joke.
Yes.
The speaker of the military forces, Israeli forces, talked that the Iranian using an international prohibited weapons.
Yeah.
This is the most famous joke today. They try to write switching the tools. That's it.
Yep. That's it. Maisa, close us out, please, Maisa. I'm gonna try to get more updates about Dr. Hussam. Go ahead, Maisa.
Honestly, like I don't know, when I worked on that video, just the year end, and the one thought that it's just struck me so much is how much love is packed in that film, actually, and just everybody that we interact with, everybody we work with, everybody we see, and everybody that becomes part of our community. And I was just reflecting that, like, when love is there, nothing is lost, really, because we are building a better future, and it's what we need to insist on, and it has to come from love. People who love, they don't break, they don't destroy. Destruction comes from hate, but rebuilding and what we're doing, and that it also includes rebuilding communities, rebuilding schools and hospitals and the physical artifacts, that requires love, and that's what we need to foster. And this is like when we wake up in the morning and we do what we do, I'm sure we do it for love. We don't do it because we hate. And it's very important to remember that. And I was struck as I was putting that video together. It's just, I personally felt so much love for every single one of you, and I wanted to share that. So thank you all.
Love and appreciation. I hope you liked it, Dr. Ahmed, that movie.
Yes.
I vote to play the movie one more time and that will be our closing today. Who agrees?
Also the song, the
Yes.
Gaza, no, I can't stop listening to that song. I think I drove everybody crazy. My kids like hate me now because I keep playing it loud and
And as
they think I'm
usual,
crazy.
the best ideas, as usual, the best ideas comes from Gaza. So that the idea of the song from the teacher Muhammad Azami, the one who does the Nabqa Huna and do the food parcels and the bread. So that was his idea. And they just distributed the food parcels yesterday, although they're all fasting, but he almost single-handedly did for 100 families with few children. And today he also distributed 500 packages of bread. So, mashallah anhum, they are unstoppable, unstoppable, and they teach us everything. And he does the videos for himself. He does the montaging, the all everything, the media, all alone. I mean, here we need teams, yeah, and he does it. They do it the same day, the same as Munder. Amazing.
Just amazing. And then
So
the words
that
of the song actually are very simple. It's for those who don't speak Arabic, Gaza ya Nuwara, Gaza is a flower, like a flower that's in full bloom. It's characterized by being really strong. Jabbara means exceptionally strong. And then the other verse talks about how come that the world has simply sold out. And I know that in our community, we're not going to sell out. And this is very important to remember. We're always going to be for life, for love, and for building a better future. So it's just has so many meanings and dimensions, but I can play it again. If you
and
insist.
Dr. Ashraf, your video by the Egyptian embassy, I voted to include it in this, but we are putting that on hold until you come back based on your recommendation. But that movie is going to be part of this. We're going to add it once you, inshallah, ترجع بالسلامة. وشكرا لك. Thank you for all what you do. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. We're always inspired by you guys. Allah yahmikum. God protect you. God bless. And thank you, all DAG members, everyone who joined us, everyone who spoke up, everyone who donated, everyone who went to DC, everyone who held rallies, protests, everyone who wrote a letter, everyone who sent an email. Palestine, the Palestinian people appreciate all and each and every one of you. And again, this is not just about Palestine or the Palestinians. It's a human question. It's a humanity issue. It's an American issue. It's a Canadian issue. It's a universal issue. As Elvis said, the same textbook is being done in Congo. As Reyes said, the same textbook is being done in Rohingya. It's all our humanity. It's one side, we the people, the other side are the greedy, the psychopaths who are trying to hijack all our future and our humanity. So thank you. Let's play it one more time and we will close on this. And Dr. Ahmed, thank you. تصبحوا على خير.
يا غزة نوار طبعك دوم جبارة شلون غزتنا كل الناس بعتنا يا غزة نوار طبعك دوم جبارة كل الناس بعدنا يا غزة نوار
Israel's diplomatic cover and the shameful promotion of weapons exposed like CANSEC fuels the machinery of genocide.
I stand with Dr. against genocide.
طبعك دوم جبارة شلون غزتنا كل الناس بعدنا يا غزة نوارة طبعك دوم جبارة شلون غزتنا كل الناس بعدنا
يا غزة نوارة طبعك دوم جبارة شلون غزتنا كل الناس بعتنا يا غزة طبعك دوم جبارة شلون غزتنا كل الناس بعدنا يا غزة نوارة طبعك دوم جبارة شلون غزتنا كل الناس بعدنا
Wow. On this note, we appreciate you all. We love you all. And حتى النصر حتى التحرير, until victory, until liberation. Let's stay strong, all of you. Thank you and see you next week. And good night, good evening for everyone. Thank you.